Okay, welcome everyone. To our workshop. Um, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Malloy,
Here.
Mr. Hernandez,
Here.
Mr. Bernard,
Here.
and item number 1 to dispense with reading the minutes of the regular meeting dated July 15, 20. I need to change that to 26. And accept and approve the video recording of the meeting as the official meeting minutes. Item 2, again, I need to change that to 26. To dispense with reading the minutes of the emergency meeting dated July 16th. Accept and approve the video recording of the meeting as the official meeting minutes. Item 3 is to approve the bills. Items 4 through 7. Those were sent by the auditor's office. I haven't even heard from the auditor's office. Maybe if I do. We can try to help you with this. April through May, June 2026, it looks like the 1.457 million is interest, and it looks like one varies. Then the Board of Health, they were moving from different appropriations to their 950 account that apparently is grant administrative reimbursement. Oh, I'm sorry, Sheriff Taylor Commissioner's Office, I apologize. So April through May, through June, actually, 2026 interest is 1.457. It's not the one where we approved it, we had additional money. I think that's what that was, the 1.457. Not possible, I can look at it.
So.
You want me to keep going? Might as well. Okay.
Item 5.
Yeah, item 5 is to approve additional appropriations. 911 is 163,000 for 911 telephone invoices into the 070 fund. Commissioners 1.750. That's the grant for the jail roof. That was our department. And then we have the coroner morgue equipment for $29,970. And emergency management amend various building accounts. And that was moving to his 023 fund, additional appropriations that had nothing to do with the general fund. And then we have to approve the transfer of appropriations. That's just moving from one account to another account. So Eastern Court, they needed some wages put into their 32,900. Law library, $250 for water. Have a grant adjustment of $109,837.36. Sanitary engineer had several. Brightspeed for MCWWTP, Braceville Pump Station, Buckeye Power Generator, MCWWTP UV parts, payment for tree reimbursement, check jogger repair, I'm not sure what that means, as well as a hot box antenna repair. So those were just moved into different appropriations. We had the sheriff for arbitrator fees of $11,661.25. Unemployment fees in the jail for $10,728, and arbitrator fees in the amount of $4,500. And then last but not least, so sanitary engineer once again for the package plant pump replacement. So they moved from one account to another account.
So that tree, I know you just got it for that tree reimbursement. That's where, that's part of the project where you had to go in there and remove trees.
Yeah, on that one, I think I explained it to you before, Commissioners. The easements, well, the paper street, it was mismarked on the auditor's website, whatever. And Curtis and Nyepel marked the tree for removal there that should have been removed. And actually, there was two of them. And they were oak trees. Anyway, we had to compensate that property owner for that tree that, incidentally got removed. It shouldn't have all two trees, but one of them was of more high value. I went back and forth with the prosecutor's office and Matt's office, finally settled it at $7,500.
So if the tree was moved improperly by Nyquist and Burgess,
Right.
are they gonna reimburse us for that? Because it was their mistake?
Well, they're saying that our county GIS wasn't accurate. But we have discussed with them that they're gonna split this cost with us.
So they're gonna compensate us at least something.
Yes.
Sharon.
All the alternative tax budget, she submitted it, she gave a Sharon Taylor, Commissioner's Office. She gave a lengthy explanation on the alternative tax budget. When, we rely heavily on other departments to give us those figures. So that's what she was saying in her email, but it's available to print out and, go over. If you have any questions, I would suggest maybe asking her. There's really not much we can do. She takes those figures from Munis and what we get from other departments to create this alternative tax budget. Further about that?
Item 8, to adopt the resolution proclaiming the month of August as African American Male Wellness Month in Trumbull County, Ohio. The African American Male Wellness Month, Mahoning Valley chapter is conducting its 13th annual awareness campaign, which is our Problem 2 opioid awareness initiative to address the opioid crisis and other health concerns impacting the community. This was a request of Reverend Oliver. He came to one of our meetings, I believe in June, and asked if this would be put on when it was closer to August. So we both agreed on tomorrow so that it was on in plenty of time. So there is a resolution for this and he will be here. Okay, items 9 through 12 were submitted by the county engineer's office. Gary?
Actually, so you got Gary Schaefer, Engineer's Office. Items 9 through 12 are just standard permits. I'll entertain any questions you might have on those.
This is one with Gary generic.
Just build a house on North River Road.
Yeah.
You think this cell tower is. So you just connect it into utilities. You charge.
Of course we did.
Okay. I'll move on then. Items 13 and 14 were submitted by the planning commission. That's on that. There it is. Hawkins.
Nick Coggins, Trumbull County Planning Commission. Item 13 is to award a contract to Frank Martuccio Asphalt Paving for Donnelly Road improvements. This was one of the community development block grant allocation projects that were selected by the commissioners. The RFP went out. He was lowest and most responsive bid, lowest and best bid by the July 10th opening. Item 14 is to approve the recommendation of Howland Township and the Planning Commission to select GDP Group. Again, this is for the Bullendale Neighborhood Plan Planning Activity, another activity that was selected by the allocation program. And GDP Group was selected through an RFQ process from our pre-qualified list.
Nick, do you know how much of Donnelly Road that is? Or Gary, you know?
I do not, Gary.
Yeah, Gary Schaefer, Engineer's Office. Commissioner, that is between Girdle and State Route 534.
That's the stretch we were getting all the complaints on from.
That's what was getting a lot of complaints, and the township also asked for a bid book to complete their section heading west. So prior to your time here, we did the east leg, so that would be from 534 east to the Bloomfield line. We did that years ago through a CDBG grant. Came out fantastic. We're doing the same thing going west now to Girdle and the township's going to the intersections. County Line Darnley Road throughout the entire section of Mespo. By the end of the year, we completely open. I do want to thank the Planning Commission for that formula CDBG grant to do this section because it's very hilly and curvy there. And you got some mills, you got some other industrial buildings there, so there's a lot of truck traffic on that. It does take a beating. Thank you, Commissioner Malloy. I believe you voted for that back in 2024, for the program 25. So it's a big help. $250,000 going into that road. The 235 is just for what the contractor's doing. We're contributing a lot of work, trucking and grindings. This is fun.
Well, what kind of precautions are going to be taken so the road doesn't get tore up again by all the hauling?
Well, this is going to be a full base repair. So we're going back to the beginning, grinding it up, profiling the road, making a major improvement to that. Something like similar we did to Parkman Mespo Road, which is held out. That was done about 6 years ago. It's still in really good shape. And then we'll just keep on making side, continue to chip seal if we have to, we'll just pave it at some point. But this is a major repair to that base profiling drainage. Just the nature of that traffic up there. Not only do you have the buggy traffic, so you have horses, buggies, you got a lot of industrial traffic too, a lot of large trucks.
And their complaint, Commissioner, was that we just chip and seal it every year, but the base has been worn out for years. So by doing this, I think this will satisfy what their complaint was and it'll be done right.
As long as the trucks aren't overloaded.
Well, that's one of the things, yeah, but we do have scale officers. We control that. I believe every road, township and county is posted 5 to 10 tons of asphalt. So trucking companies, not only should they be legal weight, they should also be getting permits to go on those posted roads.
I agree 100%.
Thank you.
Item 15, to approve the purchase of 4 used vehicles, police interceptor units, is listed from the Geauga County Sheriff's Department for use by the Trumbull County Sheriff's Department. Total cost for all 4 vehicles is $37,500. We do need to decide a fund for this, a fund number that does need placed in. And I thought I saw, yeah, Dale and Sheriff. Do you have any questions regarding those vehicles?
For the fund number, Lisa Share Taylor, Commissioner's Office, I can find it.
Okay,
Because we'll do obviously the PO from up here.
okay.
Good deal. That's a good deal, Sheriff.
Sure, Mike Wilson, Trumbull County Sheriff's Office. So our fleet has at least 10 cars over 220,000, maybe more at this time. We had, at the time of this request, 10 cars over 180. So those are probably reaching 200,000 mark as well. And these cars are a quick fix to give us vehicles that are half life of what our vehicles are. So.
And they're checked out like you checked. The engine trannies are all good, right?
Yes, we had our county mechanics go up, checked everything out. They said they were good to go.
I can't beat that price.
For a quick fix. I do propose that we look into a fleet rotation, purchasing every car quarter or whatever we can do to start getting our fleet back up to low mile cars that will sustain us for quite a while. Thank you.
Any other questions on item 15? Okay. Items 16 through 18 were submitted by the Sanitary Engineers Department. Barry?
Gary Newbrow, sanitary engineer, commissioners, items 16 and 17 are resolutions that were on the agenda back on July 1st. We didn't award these contracts due to a problem with the tap-in fees with New Falls. We've resolved that issue. Well, it was an annexation issue. They wanted to require annexation in order for these properties to be connected into the sewer, but we resolved that and they have, through council, they have gotten rid of that requirement. So
Oh, so those other homes still be included, they won't have to tap in later?
Well, they won't have to annex, they just took away the annexation requirement. So these are okay to go ahead and approve now. There is an issue right now, though, that after they relinquish this requirement to annex, they did discuss, adjusting their tap-in fees and outside rates. So we don't know how that's going to pan out. But we've been in discussion with them about that too. Well, we don't want to see that either, but I don't know how much control we have.
Wasn't that price set before?
Yes, it was. We had New Paltz Council, majority of their council came to a meeting right here and adjusted, because their outside rates were too high before we were going to consider this project. So they agreed to reduce them, which they did. And now because they
Got their feet.
they didn't succeed in this annexation issue, now they're talking about trying to do something else.
Yeah, but how long ago was it? I mean, everything,
It was,
Nothing
I think it
goes
was
down.
2022, they passed that resolution to go ahead and lower their rates for the outside
Right.
customers.
but everything goes up, nothing goes down.
All right.
Yeah, but I think Gary's point is, what's the reason for them to raise those rates?
And I think it's just because they are upset that they lost on the annexation issue.
Yeah, it's not because of cost, maybe, it's because of they lost on the annexation.
In either event,
That's not a way to be a good neighbor.
well, they haven't done anything formally yet. So
Well, hopefully.
it was discussed and hopefully they'll just let that die off. And the first one was for the MJD excavating, and that was for 30 of the 34 houses for $201,950. And item 17 is an award to Clark and Sons. And they got 4 of the houses for $24,650. And there's a total of 88 houses, so this is the first 34, so we still got another 54 to get out and bid. And second batch, I think these are. Yeah, this is going to Julie Green, and she's supposed to help with bid documents on that second batch. So Nick, you need to take this before you go. Yep. Item 18, this is the Crane Drive project out in Weathersfield Township, and this is for the modification to MS Consultants. This is for the construction administration and inspection. That original amount $348,637. That was paid by ARP funds to see the project, and now we are moving up to the construction phase, and we need to modify their contract for, like I mentioned, construction administration and inspection. And there is a public hearing for this project tomorrow night at Niles High School, 7 p.m.
That's tomorrow.
Yes.
Should we do this before the public hearing? Gary?
Commissioner, these capital charge projects that are CDBG funded, we've never had a pass rate lower than 90%. Most of the time it's 100%. I just don't. If something were to happen that didn't pass the public hearing, we'll come back and take this off. But it's going to pass the public hearing.
And I get all that, but my question is it necessary to pass it before we have the public hearing? Would it hurt if we waited a week? I mean, I'm just asking the question. I just don't like to pass things before it actually happens.
The only thing I can think of is MS Consultants is going to be at the public hearing, and part of their work is odd. That's the only reason I can think of it. But no, I can wait a week if you want to. Yeah, maybe I got it ahead of the game here a little bit and got this written up. But Yeah, we can wait till next
I mean,
week.
if it's not gonna delay the project, I just, as one commissioner, feel better if we
All
get
right,
it in order.
okay.
So.
All right, Lisa, just remove it. We'll resubmit it for next week. Do that. Okay.
Items 19 through 21. Those were submitted by Human Resources. Alex is here to speak to those, but real quick, Alex, on 19, our payroll clerk brought to my attention that we will need to update the rate on this since it's after August 1st. So I'll just need to plug that number in.
Sam.
So,
I mean, it's the rates gonna change.
Right, yeah.
I have a question about it. Losing Jennifer, are we replacing Jennifer or what are we doing?
that's up to the board.
Not yet.
Hmm?
One step at a time, I think.
That's what I've been trying to say. Yeah, so this is the first step and then obviously whatever the board and.
Is it going to require, uh, who picks up those duties in the meantime?
Commissioners, that is.
You,
Me. I have all.
You were in on the dog board for a while, so you got the experience.
well,
I think, I'm just asking a question, I just wonder.
I think we have to, have a conversation.
I agree. It's for you guys to work, especially.
Yeah.
Big department.
Some step money.
Yeah, this is just,
Stuff good.
again, just getting the ball rolling. Multiple discussions will have to be worked on after this, obviously. Preface that to you guys, you need to work with the department and figure out what you want to do, how you want to structure this going forward, whatever the case may be, what work needs replaced, so on and so forth. And yes, please. Yeah.
So. Department head should really give us the second decision on that.
And I'm happy to assist with whatever. So this is to approve the transfer per 2493 collective bargaining agreement, Article 11, Mr. McCart Leonard from accounts payable clerk within the commissioner's office currently, pay range 8, 20 years, 2993, which is as of right now to accounting payroll office administrator maintenance, pay range 9, 20 years. I'll confirm that 3193 per hour, what it would be on the chart effective August 3rd, 2026. This action came from the recommendation of Daryl Dunnigan, Special Projects Facilities Administrator. There were 16 bids submitted for this vacancy. Ms. Leonard was the top candidate after testing, interviewing, and job shadowing. And unless Daryl has anything additional.
If I'm correct, Alex, it should be about 32.5686.
Yeah, I'll make sure. So
Yeah.
I agree with you. It's just the
It's-
journal action
it's
was
minimal.
originally
Yeah.
before August 1st.
No
And always, of course, this is up for discussion, so we just want to make sure the commissioners were even okay with the transfer before we kind of get the ball rolling. Because after this, we have to notify the individual. We have to do backfilling if that's what the commissioners and the purchasing department will choose to do. So lots of discussions that be forthcoming.
No, I'm not okay with it. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, I think commissioners, a lot of people are not necessarily, we don't want to make that's her right for the collective bargaining agreement. An employee going to better themselves is something that I don't personally try to stop. And I think this is a good thing. I mean, when you look at the knowledge and skills that she gained in this position, mainly being the accounting portion, training on payroll, this is a great thing for the county. We're not losing her per se. She's still going to be under the Board of Commissioners in a different capacity. And I think that, growth is key in this county. And we've shown that. So if you look at it that way, I guess I'm trying to put a positive spin on it. So
While we are on
she is a great.
maintenance, Daryl, I ran into an employee says that we are very understaffed.
Yes.
In the afternoon shifts.
We commissioners,
With
we've lost
cleaning of
two.
the,
Yeah, just
cleaning
this week.
it.
We've lost two just this week. Yeah. So you're that's item number 21. But I don't want to skip 20, but we can get to number 21. So we have one resignation as of, I think he put it in Friday. We asked to hurry up and put it on the agenda so we can obviously get you to approve the resignation so we can backfill that position. And then yesterday, as you guys know, there was an incident where we had to assist in locating an employee who is no longer going to be working for this county.
But I believe we were lacking even before that.
No,
It's my understanding.
they're all
The
default
three
to-
to 12. Harold,
4:30 to 12:30.
4:30 to 12:30. The departmental cleaning of the departments. My understanding was that we may be,
Daryl Dunnigan, Trumbull County Facilities. So we haven't backfilled two prior positions prior to these leaving. Basically, we were working on an efficiency issue with that we were having scheduling and locating personnel. As of right now, we are definitely two people down and possibly a third, but I would definitely recommend two.
So Commissioner, to answer your question, we just wanted to make sure that you get this one acknowledged. Alex Stephen Jonesy Bush, Human Resources Director. We just wanted to make sure 21 today is on for official resignation of one employee. Again, one just happened yesterday. I got a verbal resignation on the phone. I'm pending that written resignation. I try not to move forward unless I have it in writing. But that will be forthcoming next week on the agenda. And Daryl and I spoke last night. We're ready to post 2 custodians. But outside of that, we ran through the staffing yesterday. There's quite a few custodians still. But you just can't ever account for, people calling off, it is what it is. And Daryl and Neil have worked on, checklists, more efficiency,
just so the
We're
departments
all
are getting clean and everything is, that's all.
This is a retirement though, not a resignation. This one would be a retirement.
Okay.
The other one.
That's how I have it.
Yeah, resignation. Are we going back to 20? Okay. So, and then we'll go to 21. 20 is to approve, and Mike Selinsky is not here, I apologize, but it's to approve the transfer per 2493 collective bargaining agreement, Article 11 of Mr. Brian Flanagan from Air Quality Tech Lead Maintenance Department to pay range 11, currently in pay range 11, 20 years, 3903, to Building Inspector 3 within the Building Inspection Department, pay range 10, 20 years, 3571, effective immediately. This action per the recommendation of Mike Selinsky, Chief Building Official. Please note, Mr. Flanagan has been serving in this position as a temporary posting under 2493, Article 9. There were 2 union bids submitted for this vacancy. Mr. Flanagan was the top candidate based on scalability and seniority.
Did they have some type of rubric or some type of scale that he
Yes,
judged that with?
and that was submitted from Nick Selinsky, who gave it to HR, and it was submitted to the journal action. Yes. So both were equally qualified based on skill and ability. Both have the proper licensure. We quantified that. It comes down to at that point, per the article that we're referencing, if they're equally the same, it comes down to seniority, but only at that time where they're equally relevant in skill and ability in testing and interview.
So they have to hire one of those two, they couldn't open it up.
Correct. This one in the same as, unfortunately, not fortunately, it's, again, however you want to look at it, it's the same with, it's a union position. If there's somebody who is quantifiably experienced within the union who bid on it, that is who we go to first and foremost. There has to be some, outstanding reason that we would need to go externally.
This creates another permanent void in maintenance.
I'm not gonna, yes, but I'm not gonna speak to that. Daryl and I have also been working on what to potentially do with that. And I think Daryl has some ideas, but I will always default to the department head because I don't run their day-to-day operations. So I don't know, Daryl, if you have any comments on that or not right now. Yeah. Thank you. Number 21 is to acknowledge the retirement of Mr. Michael Hamilton from his position of custodian within the Building Maintenance Department, effective August 3rd, 2026. I don't want to speak on the Board of Commissioners and Building Maintenance. Would like to thank Mr. Hamilton for his 10 years of service within the county. Commissioners, this is the one that I said, I think it was Friday. We brought this to HR, dropped it off, and we worked to get it on ASAP because we typically don't like to backfill positions until they're, vacant. So.
Okay, item 22, to reappoint
Ms. Rhonda Benekovic, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, as a member of the Trumbull Metropolitan Housing Authority per Ohio Revised Code listed for the 5-year term commencing July 25th, 2026 through July 24th, 2031. Ms. Benekovic is the current board chair of the Housing Authority and was originally appointed to replace Ms. Carla Thomas. Ms. Benekovic has been a member of the board since July 17th, 2002. This item was submitted by Tina Oakes on behalf of Mr. Donald Emerson. And I believe I gave you Mr. Emerson's cell phone number. If you have any questions, I included it when I sent the draft to you yesterday. Item 23 and 24. Item 23 is to remove Mr. Ronald Sejenak as a member of the Trumbull County Mental Health and Recovery Board. Mr. Sejenak was appointed for a 4-year term commencing February 19th, 2026 and ending June 30th, 2029. On February 19th, 2026. This was at the request of April Caraway. And then item 24 was to appoint Miss Emily Ward as a member of the Trumbull County Mental Health and Recovery Board for a 4-year term commencing July 22nd and ending June 30th, 2030 for Ms. Ward's application dated June 15th, 2026. And that was provided by April Caraway.
I guess why is we removing the one person and do we have the application submitted to us for the new person?
Yes.
Usually we pick through those.
Yeah, it was included. I sent it again last night when I sent the draft. I included the application.
While it's four, we're removing one person.
From what I understand, April Caraway was having trouble getting a hold of Mr. Sejenak. And you'd have to talk to her about that.
I spoke to April about that. I knew about that commission. There were some issues.
Yeah, there was.
That's what's right.
Is he aware that he's gonna be removed?
I don't think she's even been able to touch base with him
Yeah.
from the day he was appointed, from what I understand.
Yeah, April had been trying to contact on several occasions. But it was not to go too far.
Yeah.
There's something there, so.
Do we have any other applicants besides Emily Ward on file?
I can check, but I don't believe so.
Let's check and see if it was posted and if we have any other applications, because traditionally we don't take the recommendation of somebody that would, who they get to pick for their board members.
Okay, I will take a look at that with her.
So you want to put this on hold?
I mean, I can put the one on.
Find out tonight. I mean, that's
She
if,
really needs to know about item 23 though. She would really like to have that on. Even if we have to wait to fill it.
And I believe 24 too, but that's okay. We can find that out.
Any other? Any other questions?
I guess leave it for now and after I try to reach both of them
Okay,
and see.
yeah, I can always hold off on one or both.
Well, I'll call her after our meeting. And then I would probably advise you to do the same, reach out to her.
Yeah, and I've spoke to her about it and, you know, this was not an issue but I don't know what the commissioner is bringing up about. I understand about, you know, additional applicants or what have you, but we'll do that. We can all reach out to her, whatever.
Right.
We just wanted to be fair for the whole public to have a
I
chance to get the
understand
most
that.
qualified person.
Okay, item 25, to receive and place on file the May and June 2026 monthly financial reports for Trumbull County Tourism. This was submitted by Beth Carmichael, who is here. She'd like to make any comment? or-
Just a few things that are going on. You, Commissioners, Beth Carmichael, Trumbull County Tourism. You should have received an invitation this morning. There is an unveiling of the mural here on Summit Street. It's called the Mo Muskie. So there's a new art installation that's being worked on by the city of Warren. So you're invited to that unveiling at 4 o'clock this Thursday. We also are working on a 1 hour episode with New Day Cleveland that'll be airing this fall. So right now we're working with our local partners to identify, we've got to work with their production schedule in Cleveland plus our schedules as well. They prefer to come down on a Monday. On a Monday, a lot of our businesses are closed. So we're trying to coordinate all of those pieces. And with that, we're also launching our new marketing campaign called Closer Than You Think. You choose the reason to stay and we'll help you with the plan. So we're really trying to lean into giving people pre-built itineraries. A lot of times people don't want to spend the time. They just want to go and reset and not have to worry about planning. So we're leaning into that from a messaging perspective. Also, Morning at Mosquito, you have received invitations for that. That's going to be Friday, August 14th. I think I've said this before. If I'm repeating myself, I apologize. This is a completely different event than the one you might have attended in the last 2 or 3 years. We are not in Mosquito Lake Pavilion. This is going to be a completely on lake experience this year. We have pontoon boats that will go to 4 different stations along the lake. So you will be completely on lake. We are doing breakfast sandwiches, coffee in the morning, and there's 2 sessions. There's an 8 a.m. session, and then for those that can't make that, there's a 10:30 a.m. session. Once we filled the seats on one, we will not have any other seats. So I encourage everybody to get their reservations in quickly and early for that. And coming up at the end of August, beginning of September, the Route 7 yard sale we've been doing, we started really promoting that, and we're having a lot of interest. We're collecting email addresses so that we can continue to market to them any updates. But from a community perspective, those along Route 7, it's Labor Day weekend. Please make sure that you're letting your residents know. Unfortunately, sometimes people are walking across the street on Route 7. It's very dangerous, and we continue to ask people to just be very cautious over that weekend. And we do see a lot of people. We see about 25,000 people along that route for that weekend. And that's it.
Gary, I know it's state, but are they finished up with Route 7? Over there in Hubbard Township and through Brookfield?
They're totally done.
What's
They
that?
did some culvert work.
Well, no, they had that road closed off all.
It's open now, but I
They
don't know.
opened it?
Yeah, it's open. I don't know if it's just temporarily open.
We did have an email last week from somebody in Ashtabula County because we promoted from Hubbard all the way up to Lake Erie, who said that they are having issues like Route 7 is closed near and in Hanover. So we're going to put that up. We do a Google map. Again, if people want to sign up for their yard sale, it's free to do so. We have a link. They fill out the form. And then there's an opportunity for people who may not be on Route 7, but do want to sell at Yankee Lake. So there's additional information there. And then Brookfield, I understand they're not doing, you're not doing the center.
I don't believe so.
That's what,
That's
that's
a change of employee there, so.
Right.
Just
wanted to confirm that, but yeah, that's a big weekend on the east side of Trumbull.
Okay. All right, before we go to the executive session, anybody in the audience have anything?
Well, we have an item that
You want-
maybe it'll be on next,
Please.
Matt Martin, Trumbull Neighborhood Partnership. So I'm hoping you guys to see this next week, not tomorrow, but this goes back to ARPA. We had 2 allocations that we were managing. $2 million allocation for demolition and brownfields to the Trumbull County Land Bank, $1 million to emergency home repair, which we manage as Trumbull Neighborhood Partnership. We came last December to move $900,000 from the demolition to the home repair. A lot of properties have fallen out of the demolition cycle because they either got renovated or demolished privately. And we promised to come back when we had closer balances to move that last bit of money. So $325,000 would be the remaining balance on our brownfield demolition allocation. Like I said, that is to the land bank. We'd like to reallocate that money over to TMP's home repair program. We had 60 plus properties fall out of the demolition process as we applied this pressure, which I think that's a good thing. Like I said, they were either renovated sold to someone that renovated or demolished privately. One of them was a West Farmington Elementary School, which was initially slated for demolition. It now has a renovation plan that the community has agreed to, so we can pull that out of the cycle. We can push that money back into home repair. I do have some flyers for your reading pleasure about the home repair program. But the short version of it is there is never a shortage of folks that need these services. So anytime we have the opportunity to move money into that program, we're interested.
Yeah, and I can speak a little bit more on the home repair program. So since we went here last in this, my name's Caitlin Constantine from Trumbull Neighborhood Partnership. Since we've been here last, we sent out right away 80 applications to people in Trumbull County with that 900,000 additional funding for home repair. So far, we're a little halfway through those 80 applications. The rest, those monies have been spent. The rest of the projects are all under contract, so the rest of the remaining 900,000 balance is allocated for. So in total, the whole ARPA allocation to home repair, we've helped 148 households. As you can see, the numbers below, we've helped 175 households. Currently, we have 148 people on our waiting list, and we add to that daily. I would say between 10 to 20 phone calls a week of just people wanting to get added to our waiting list. Help on roofs, furnaces, hot water tanks. Accessibility is becoming a very huge thing in our county. Help with accessible showers, grab bars, ramps, all this funding to be able to help with that. If we get the additional funding, we're ready to go right away. We already have 20 approved applications ready to start right now to go out to pre-inspection. So we hope with the remaining 325, we'll be able to help 20 to 30 more households. And then also come winter, save a little bit to help with furnace repairs and replacements.
We spent by December, so.
This would
You
be
feel confident.
absolutely.
So just make sure our clerk has the proper language. Right,
We can emulate what we did the last time. Yeah, just different amounts.
so basically you just want to move $325,000.
From one to the other, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we always appreciate your support for
Yeah.
this program.
Are we gonna try to get it on tomorrow?
Yeah, we could.
I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, we're gonna try to do that tomorrow.
Okay,
Okay, thank you.
great, thank you.
Anyone else?
Sure. Here today to address Bill Pegg, Township Trustee. Here to address the board of commissioners about the recent resignation of Rex Fee from Trumbull County Water Advisory Board. It's the board. Yes, we've had meetings in which we did not have enough people to make any votes. I haven't missed a single meeting since the very beginning. We were currently working on two things at the water board. And those two things, first of all, this year, both the city of Warren and the city of Niles increased the rates that you're purchasing water. Warren had an increase of about 8%, I believe it was. Niles was, you recall the exact amount.
Yeah, I got it third. Well, depending on whether we have 3 districts served by Niles. But in the southeast, the rate went from 440 to 462 per thousand. In the Howland, it went from 560 to 588. And in the middle ridge, it went from 650 to 683. And the Warren supplied districts, It went from 596 to 644 per thousand.
So currently, taking that all into consideration, the pass through for 2026 would have been 43 cents per 1,000 gallons for each of the districts. That was the first item. Yes, we did not have a forum to pass that on to the commissioners, but I believe that was related to the commissioners. Right now, they're operating in the hole. Continue to operate in the hole with those pass-throughs not being approved for an increase. I'm not quite sure why you need the trustees telling you that that's the number, because you have an employee who already knows that that's the number. That's one item we were working on. The second item that we were working on is that water tower maintenance. Currently, there is no water tower maintenance as far as a program in place. A water tower now is approximately $11 million. If they're not kept up, guess what? It's going to be a lot more when we replace them in the future. There is a company which does the water tower maintenance, as well as will do the monitoring of all of the towers. You have 7, by the way. Those 7 towers have to be monitored. And this company will do that. What will that cost the consumer is $1.50 back on to the water, what's that fund?
The replacement improvement fund.
Replacement improvement fund. In the end, it will cost the consumer considerably less than replacing 7 towers that will eventually need replaced if they are not maintained. And it's quite simple. Don't change the oil in your car, see how far you go. And that's going to be the same thing with these towers. There's bladders in them, there's retaining walls, plates. At some point, if they're not maintained, you can do it right now. And that's today, 11 million times 7. In the future, it's going to be much, much higher. As far as reading in the paper, the board discussing regionalization. The commissioners received notice of that meeting that the board had discussed, thought it was a good idea to look into. The commissioners received notice 3 weeks prior to that meeting. If you didn't want us to have the meeting, probably should have let us know. You had ample opportunity. None of the commissioners attended the meeting. And yet, the meeting
I was
still-
at the first meeting.
Yes, sir, you were.
So,
Yes, sir, you were.
okay, I was there.
Nope, you were there at the discussions.
In which there was not a quorum.
At which there was not against the quorum. One of the things that came out of that discussion for regionalization was that at the current time, it would not be productive for us to enter into a regionalization plan. I don't understand the fear of talking, because if we had not met and not had discussions with Mahoning County and others, we wouldn't know. And one of the things that the board, and Mr. Suttles is also on the board with me, is that we were to look at options for reducing costs. You don't want us to talk. How are we going to find out whether something's going to be beneficial to us or not? You want the opportunity, we have to have the knowledge. Rex Fee is a huge loss. Mr. Fee knows what needs to be done to run the department. And it's just a shame that a lot of the members do not believe we had support from the commissioners. Several members felt that we were being used as a rubber stamp for the commissioners. Well, it's not the commissioners raising your rates, it's your trustees. Well, again, you guys are elected to govern. I don't have a problem personally that saying that this is what is needed. The 43 cents, it's needed. It's needed now because we're operating in the red. No, we haven't had a quorum, but again, many of the members didn't feel there was support coming out of this office. Why bother? And that's what occurred. So whether the board continues or not, I don't know. But you know the facts right this moment that the 43 cents is needed now. The maintenance for the water tank, those are needed now as well. I can only speak for myself in that both of which I support because there's a definite need. And that's all.
Well, commissioners, we brought this up before, and we had discussed the fact that when we came in here, as you remember, we were hit with sanitary district basically going broke. Because for years, those rates, I think 10 years, if I'm not mistaken, 10 years, those rates were not, they would just stay stagnant. So we come in and unfortunately have the duty of having which nobody wants to have to do as a commissioner, raise rates, or we lose sanitary. And I agree with the trustee that we knew these water towers are an issue. And I don't know, Nick, if we could get some sort of, if there's any grants available for this type of thing, where, this maintenance of these tanks, which is a big nut to cover. If that might be a possibility, maybe the planning commission could look into it, but as far as the 43 cents, you can't go broke. What other option do we have? So, and we had mentioned about doing this periodically so that we didn't have to raise rates $2 or $3. 43 cents is at least doable to keep the department going and to break even, basically.
Yeah,
it's a break even.
It's a pass through.
It's no money. It's not a profit. There's no profit to be made. But unfortunately, due to the fact that we are getting charged additional dollars from other entities, which are continually raising those rates, we have no other choice, I don't think, but to consider raising. It's not a popular subject matter, and I know people aren't going to want to hear it, but you can't go broke. I mean, you can't run a business that way. So that's my discussion point on the matter.
Well, Commissioner, I was quoted in the paper, and then to back up what I said there, when we raised the rates, we got all kind of pushback from the townships.
We did.
Howland and Bezetta being the two that pushed back the most. We formed the advisory committee so they could be a part of the process to see the figures, to get behind the scenes. If they didn't trust our sanitary engineer or the way things were done, there were a lot of old politics wrapped in the way why rates were the way that they were. Some of the bigger townships that were more vocal and had more voters were charged a lot less than some of the rural townships, or even ones like Howland was paying a lot less than even Bezetta was. We formed it so they can come and be a part of it. We had the first meeting Howland organized. We went to the meeting, decided to form the advisory committee. Bezetta attended every single meeting, had a representative every meeting. Howland had a representative at one meeting, the very first, never sent a representative again. So these guys are tasked with, okay, looking at stuff like this, like past due rates, and we weren't getting any updates. We'd ask Rex Feet, we didn't have a quorum. No, we had the meeting, we didn't have a quorum, so we couldn't vote on anything, we couldn't talk about anything. We got no updates as commissioners. You and I, Commissioner Bernard did go to the first meeting, but the subsequent meetings, there are about 6 or 7 of them, I believe. We got no feedback afterward, and the answer was always we didn't have a quorum, we don't have enough people there. And as we know, if we don't have a quorum, nothing is of the record, nothing's on the record. You can talk about all you want, but nothing is moving forward in a positive manner. So the very last meeting, we asked Commissioner Bernard, had Mr. Fee reach out to see, are you going to have enough people here today? We reached out to every township, I believe even through Lisa a little bit. And Gary, I know you had reached out. Say, we have a meeting. Are you going to be there? This is an important meeting. I believe 2 people showed up. 2 townships showed up. The lowest attendance of the whole year. So that's where the frustration came in. I believe Mr. Rex resigned, and he's no one's more qualified in the county, except for probably Gary, than Rex Fee. As far as talking about this stuff, he was a great asset to that with his world for lifelong experience, and we had great panel members. It's just if they couldn't get in a meeting to go over the figures and see for themselves, now we're going to be facing an increase. If we were to put this on the ballots tomorrow, we'd have pushback from some of these townships that were vocal before about raising the rates. The residents would be all fired up. They'd be calling us. And what do we say to them other than you had a chance to be there and see it and explain it and understand it, be part of the process. Don't not attend a meeting and then just wipe it on the commissioners. This had to be a give and take type of thing. We've informed the commission to do their thing and then report back to us their recommendations, not for us to go to the meeting and be another meeting for 3 commissioners to go to. We have a sanitary engineer. We have our representative there. We have our whole team of engineers there that are representing us and representing you who are our decisions. So I hope it continues in a manner, and I hope the people understand that this is a part of the process that everyone had a chance to participate and see with their own eyes. And what I did say in the paper, if you don't see with your own eyes, you kind of don't have the right to criticize later the decisions that the rest of the board made or that our board makes when it comes to those things. If you had a chance to have a seat at the table and you chose not to.
Yes, Subtle. Dan Suttles, the Township Trustee. I'm also on the advisory board. In a way, maybe I need to apologize because what I understood when Mr. Bernard asked me to be on this committee and what the function of what it sounds like this committee isn't what I thought. All right, I came on this for 2 reasons. One is I was asked. The other is my residents were upset about the rates. So I wanted to be in the front row so that I could provide that information and maybe question who I needed to question and why those rates were there. So everything that Phil said passed through everything. I understand all that. I understand better than I did. But the one thing that I looked at from a trustee's perspective is anytime you had a rate increase or whatever you have to, and you're justifying it, you have to look at the other side. First of all, one thing that I thought was lacking, and maybe part of my fault, is I think the first thing the board needed to be explained is the operation of that department. How many people do we have in certain roles? What's their function? One of the meetings that came to us was that all these positions weren't filled. People needed promoted. People were in position, but I couldn't nail down a cost, an employee cost. So if I'm looking at all these things that we're gonna have to rate, what's our cost as employees? Is it higher than it should be? How many inspectors are needed? I didn't know that as a board member. That wasn't explained to me. Is it explained somewhat of real basically so many employees, this many thousand a year? There's an attorney that serves there. Why do we have an attorney where we have a prosecuting attorney for everyone else? I didn't understand it. How much do we pay the attorney? Never explained to me. So if I'm looking at the big picture, I gotta know what employee costs. I have to know my township what my employee cost is when I'm figuring out if we have to put a levy on or a tax increase. I didn't know that. I think, and first of all, the last meeting was the same night as the Trumbull County trustees meeting. That's why there were no trustees there. I went to that meeting and I sent it to the secretary, told her I couldn't be there. But I think this board to me become political. And I didn't understand why. This whole redistricting thing, and in fact, that needs to be done. But is that the function of what the board was? I didn't think it was. For me to determine and sit down with all these state representatives and try to hash out with the city of Warren and city of Niles what we needed to do to all get together. I didn't think that was supposed to be a function of the board. So maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah.
I thought our function was.
I don't think we gave any of that charge to anybody. We never talked about any regionalization stuff with the board. It was more looking at the rates. And like you said, understanding the employees, the number of employees, using your power you have as trustees to look at other counties if you had to see how many engineers they have. I mean, if you had questions on what their salaries were and how many people, that's the meeting to go and ask.
Well, and it was brought up a little bit at the beginning, but we went on to the next thing and raising rates for water lines that were coming in, a fire line, all those things, which if they're needed, they're needed. But when you're asking somebody to pay more, you need to be able to explain to them how much it costs to operate. And I couldn't do that. And I thought I was getting drugged on some political lane that I didn't think that's what I was there for. So I wasn't comfortable. They had a special meeting called at 1:00 to appease state reps. I didn't, not that doesn't need to be done, but I didn't think that's what you were asking me to do.
Yeah, I don't think we were asking you to do that either. And I think you guys off track somehow, whether it be the leadership, whether it be miscommunication, lack of communication. That I saw that same stuff too. And I thought, what the heck are they looking at that for? That's not at all. That was basically to justify what we did before and bring everyone up to speed on what we did before. So the next time, if we had to do a race, you knew it before we did. You knew that we needed it before we knew that we needed it because the board had already come to a decision with Gary and his staff. And that went off track somehow.
I didn't think you were asking for us to be another arm of approving rates. Maybe to give you the say, well, this is what we're given, but to say that the board comes here and recommends that you raise the rates for 43 cents. I didn't think you wanted us to do that. I thought you wanted us to give you the information that we were given. And not to be critical of the process, but after the first meeting, and Rex Fee is very good. He knows a lot. I was at awe what he knows. I think that the sanitation department was running the meeting. The advisory board wasn't. Because we were channeled and having people come in and explain to us the towers that need redone. And the regionalization effort started from the very beginning. We're out of pamphlet that big and what they did in Toledo. I think it wasn't, I don't think the advisory board was running the meetings, to be honest with you. So I did not go because I was discouraged or I didn't think that I was getting pressure from you. There were some scheduling difficulties. I couldn't make the meeting and I apologize, but it wasn't by any show a sign of that was upset with the process. Maybe I didn't understand what you wanted me to do. And if that's what you want me to do, I still want to be on the board. But if you're looking for all these other things, I don't think I'm your guy. Maybe we need to get somebody else.
Okay, I thank you for your comments. There's a lot I could say. I agree with you. When I asked to form the advisory panel, I thought it was to go in there and look at cost savings issues that you could bring back to the board. Say this is how we can save money out there before we go back for another rate increase. And I agree with you. I don't think that was done from day one. I think it's your first advisory meeting. You were asked to approve some hiring or wages or something like that of people. And I don't think that was your function. In other words, in my mind, that wasn't. It was to go in there and look at the total operation. As far as Rex Fee, I talked to Rex the other day. I think he was an asset to that board. But I'd like to see the board continue. Absolutely. I think we need to make sure that the members on that board show up and that they take the job very seriously. I didn't think that we were gonna sit here and discuss a rate increase today, because I don't have my water numbers here, but if I recall, MS Consultant did a rate structure, and I think by adding this 43 cents on here, I don't think that was part of their rate structure for 2026. I could be wrong, but I'm gonna go back there and pull that. So I have some questions about just automatically giving a 43 cent increase without really looking at that. But trustee Fellows, I would hope that you would stay on, and I would hope that the board would function and do the things that they were supposed to do. And I think that the advisory board should control the meetings completely. Okay, you shouldn't have input from the commissioners, and you shouldn't have input from the sanitation. They should answer your questions, but you guys should run the meeting, okay, and dictate where it's going. Now, having said that, I could go on and on and on. I don't really want to. I would like to see the board stay intact. Maybe I shouldn't say this, but I'm gonna say it anyway. I've asked Rex Free if he would stay on as a member, because I think he has a lot of knowledge that's needed on that board. And I agree, as far as painting, maintenance of the water tower, regionalization, I don't think that's part of that board. And I don't think it should be. And when I went to that regionalization meeting, the first one, it was said that if one of the cities don't agree to it, it's dead. Well, I think you heard that. Niles and Warren both didn't want to hear to it. So why carry on the conversation? Because you need 100% participation. So I would hope that the trustees would appoint members that show up. And I would hope that whomever the new chairman is would take control of the meeting and do what we ask them to do.
And I believe too, commissioners, I may be wrong, but I believe that after that election, the last election, we lost some trustees. And what happened was that we never backed that, there was never any backfill of trustees that either lost the election, didn't run. I could tell you for one, trustee Coletta, he didn't even run, and he was on the board. There's one trustee, just from Hubbard Township, Monica Baker, who's on that board. She ended up at the township trustee meeting, Trumbull Township Association. There was another meeting because she was there. I said, "What? Oh, I didn't. The location was not right. She didn't have the location. Evidently, maybe there's some miscommunication of where, the location was at, where she was there. I don't know, but I think really that all needs to be backfilled with those trustees that either didn't win their election or that didn't even choose to run, that were on that board."
Well, and
There could be several.
and some of the trustees, they appointed an alternate there.
Yeah.
But then they didn't give them the voting powers. So what good was it for them to go there?
Yeah.
So I think the panel is needed, and I would hope that we can get members there that will attend and look at what they're supposed to look at.
Yeah, and just to reiterate about the 43 cents, I'm not endorsing it. I'm just saying if that is the case and we find that out, that we're gonna have to make some decisions as to where
Well,
moving
here's the
forward.
problem. We haven't created one cost saving yet.
Well,
And what's happening now, they're coming back saying we need another 43 cents. And I think if you look at that report from MS, I think that's far and above what they had recommended. There we go. So how do we get from there to there?
I don't know. Gary, if you have any
Gary,
comment
keep
on
it
this.
And like I said, I didn't know we were going to discuss this, or
I know.
I had more with me too, Commissioner, but that MS Consultant rate study, that was completed back in, I think, 21. I presented it to Commissioners in 22. So we've had a lot of increases in our bulk water rates from the cities since that time. So that's the whole crux of why we had to increase those rates.
I
so
get that,
dramatically.
Gary, and like I said, I don't want to get into that, but
Yeah.
we really need every position that's out there filled. Do we need every engineer? Do we need this? Do we need, you just asked us to spend $230,000 on a new truck, and now you're coming back saying, well, now we need the towers painted, okay? So I think we need a plan of action. Okay, we need to sit down and figure out where we're going, how we're going, and how we're gonna get there. and not just keep coming in saying, we need more money, we need more money, we need more money. You know, everybody's gonna have to cut.
All right, well, Commissioner, all we're asking for is the bulk rate increase to us for 2026. The just
I-
dollar for dollar increase.
And that's what we didn't do for 10 to 15 years. Then we waited and did it all
And I
at
get
once.
that, okay, and that's partially why that advisory panel was formed, to come back to make sure that we were saving money where we could be saving money. And it's been over a year and they haven't had one question answered.
Well,
You can say,
don't beg my township water advisory board. That's not entirely true. What we did send to the commissioners, and which you have already passed, was an increase in the water meters. That's one example that we did get to you, that you did increase. We have looked at a lot of those small items. What I'm talking about are remote water meters. So you're building a new house, you get a temporary meter to meter the water you need while you're building the house. I'm not quite sure how much that actually saved, but prior to us recommending that to the commissioners, you weren't even breaking even. You weren't paying for the cost of the meter. Now, at least the meters are being paid for. There is no profit on it. But those meters have to be replaced from time to time. So have we succeeded at something? Yes. You know, we have looked at some of those smaller items. It's just that there are things we have looked at, and we have made a few accomplishments.
Where's the tanks? I would like to get with the planning commission or our KO and see if there's something available, grant, wise, where they could compensate. Because that is a very costly expense that we're gonna run into if those tanks, like trustee Peg said. I think it was a year ago that we heard about this, so something to consider.
well, we haven't had a maintenance program on them. Ever have we?
Gary Newbrow, sanitary engineer, commissioner, I wouldn't call it a formal maintenance program on it. But we know which tanks are due for an inspection and an upgrade. In the coming years. Ron Watson used to always handle that, and I think through the 22 years I've been out there, we've rehabbed, I think, 3 of the tanks. So, but their 20-year cycle is coming up and they're due again. So we're looking at the forward cycle of the next 10 years of what we need to do in the tank rehabs. That's where this company sort of steps in and says, well, we do this for Mahoning County, we do this for Youngstown, all the cities around here. They put them on this schedule that instead of us separately bidding out this paint job for this tank or to get the engineering done for this one or this one, that they just take all 7 of them, put them in one program, and over the 10 years, they're all going to be upgraded for a maintenance schedule.
But there's still cost to it all.
Yes, yeah.
Yes, well,
Who finds the funds?
well, that's where we are looking at increase that for us to do it, we would have to increase that replacement improvement fund from $5.
There is an existing replacement improvement fund for the water.
Yes, so it would,
Obviously,
so
that's good.
they were looking at increasing it from $5 to $6.50 per month, so.
You know, they already have a fund here.
That's what I was trying to
What
say,
she's saying,
yeah.
and
There's
we-
2 separate.
And we
funds
just
for-
took the money out of there, didn't we?
Well, that's where it's, yeah.
Yeah, but we use some of that for,
And now,
for
2 weeks later, you're coming back saying, well, let's increase that number by $1.50.
Well,
You know, I mean, that's kind of where it rubs me, Gary. It's like, we need to know, don't come in and ask me this for $300,000 and then 2 weeks later come in and say, well, now we have to raise the rates. We have to know where we're going with all of this,
All right, well,
at least to get my vote.
No, I don't disagree with it. We had questioned some things, not to put Gary on the spot, but yeah, if we got this amount of monies and we have these situations and we need to delegate those monies.
And
to that
part of
board.
that was saying that we get what, $30,000 a month, or I forget the figure, each month it keeps coming in with that, well, where's that $30,000 a month going?
Into
Into that fund,
Yeah.
okay,
Right.
it just keeps building up, right?
Yes, to pay for that engineering contract. But in order to have this program in place, it's not gonna be able to keep up with it. Because it's $3 million over a 10-year, over $3 million over a 10-year period. And if we were to piecemeal repaint all the tanks and get them all rehabbed, the total cost of that, I don't know, we're estimating at least $5 to $10 million. When we can get in on this program and get them for $3.
I think that would make a great grant proposal to the federal government. And they told us to come up with water and sewer projects. We just were told that the other night, okay? And I think that's where we need to show our focus.
I believe we need to look at that. Put KO or put planning commission, look at that.
Both of them, right? Okay, moving on. Anyone else? We have a motion for executive session.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion. We enter an executive session pursuant to ORC 12122 G1 to consider the employment of public official.
Mr. Malloy,
Yes.
Mr. Hernandez.
Yes.
Mr. Bernard.
Yes.
back to budget and grabbing them,
Okay,
if that works for you.
yep, sure does. Thank you.
Okay, you're unmuted. Done.
So all of it will still be included under our workshop.
Okay. You got about 6
You're
minutes.
unmuted.
About 6 minutes.
Okay. Okay, whenever you're ready, Amy.
Ready.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that we reconvene from executive session pursuant to ORC 12122 G1 to consider the employment of a public official.
Second.
Mr. Malloy,
Yes.
Mr. Hernandez.
Yes.
Mr. Bernard.
Yes. Okay, now we don't have Nick or.
We got a few minutes here, a couple minutes. I guess from what I heard, David Thomas may be calling in. And Nick potentially will be here in person. That's what I was advised.
That was the last information we heard, was that Rep. Thomas may be remote.
Do we have any other orders of business for the county before this session of it?
Commissioners, one quick item. There was a meeting a couple weeks ago with the consulting company. And I wasn't in that meeting, but did you extend the contract?
We have not yet. That's something that we,
I can put that, I mean, I could, just because it came across my desk.
did we get a new contract from them with pricing and stuff? We haven't seen that yet.
I think it would be the same, everything's the same until the first of the year is what they were.
Yeah, it's just to extend it from July through December 31st.
Okay.
So I didn't know if you wanted me to ask, if you want to look at it, I can put it on next week.
I'm okay with that. If it's same rates and everything's still the
It's
same.
the same.
I am too, I think we have to. Play the torch right now.
Yeah.
Don't you, I mean,
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
because we have some things.
We got too many
Right.
things unfinished, and then we'll be able to see if they finish up by the end of the year or not. We have to make that decision whether to continue or not.
Yeah, I agree. So you can put that on for it.
Make sure that he's.
Chair.
That would be him, but I
Oh,
don't.
sorry. They were setting up a virtual Teams meeting, so I'm not sure if those are. Is there a Teams bridge open here?
There is not, there is a Zoom link.
Or Zoom?
Yeah.
They're doing Zoom. Okay. Some of those folks.
Good, how you doing? Are you on your way to the commissioner's office? Okay, perfect. Well, we'll see you up on the 5th floor. Alright. Well, they wrapped up their other meeting, so kinda. Okay, we'll see you in a second. Alright, bye. Nick is parking his car now, he'll be here.
10 minutes.
Yeah.
Bad parking.
Anyone try David?
Dave.
virtually.
He's logged in here.
So we can't see him up on the TV, but he's on the
Correct.
island Zoom.
Yep, I can hear you, Denny.
Okay, Dave, thanks.
Absolutely.
I guess with that part, if they're coming up, you guys want to come on and grab a seat at the table up here? Sure. Administrator Panlone, you want to grab a seat up here with us? What other seats we have? You guys are more than welcome to fill in if you be a part of this. Thank you.
Move my
Everyone
stuff
on
out.
your
Like,
seat.
whatever to the officials. The elected chairman's time, the questions, I'll just stand up and speak.
You're more than welcome.
There's an open seat here.
Trustee, one of the- Mike, Mr. Kuka, if you want to sit up here, more than welcome. Ready for Nick? Yeah, we can roll one up.
You're Hubbard? Oh, yeah. Wow, that's much more.
Pleasure.
Yeah.
Are you still doing You're not. So maybe.
The 907.
Yeah.
79.
What?
Yes.
That's it? Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's good.
69%. Yeah. I know that. Small town, everybody knows everybody.
I guess just some instructions. If you speak, please say your name and who you represent before you give your statement or whatever your speech is. That way we stay legal for the minutes and notes and everyone knows it's listening in, watching it, who we're talking to. And that'll be every time we speak with the exception of the commissioners. Kind of a common voice now.
I just wanted to hash it. Last so it was you to, get a whole spot.
Good. We're gonna stay dry. Green and Frank. Never got dry sauces. Yeah.
Nick is in the elevator.
Couldn't be here.
Sorry, the meeting started.
Guys, hi, everybody. How are you? Hey, interesting. Hey, Jim, how are you? I'm guessing this is my seat?
Yep, yeah, there you go.
Hey, great.
Okay, the Nick Santucci's here and Dave Thomas. I guess you're tuned in also, right?
Yes, correct. Thank you.
All right, so
Commissioner, can we start with introductions?
well, I was gonna open it, we can do that, but I was gonna open the meeting up to Nick and Dave. They were gonna run the meeting. They asked for the meeting and see where they're going with that. You know, when everybody speaks, they can state your name and that and who they represent. So that I'm gonna turn it over to Mr. Santucci.
Yeah, thanks, commissioners. Appreciate you all working to help set this up and appreciate you hosting today. Thank you. I apologize for being a few minutes late. I was riding up and down the elevator there. So, Roger, thank you for being here. After our meeting with the commissioners last week, which feels like an eternity ago already, coming from the fairs and festivals and everything we had this week, Rep. Thomas and I spoke with Roger from Ohio 811. And Roger helped to clarify a lot of Rep. Thomas and my questions on this situation and how do we figure out the best route on how to address this and solve some of these problems. And so I had mentioned earlier in the original meeting with the commissioners that we legislators are not the experts. Us politicians are not the experts, but there are experts in this space that can help us identify what our next steps are, number one, as a community, but even as a state, on if we have to change state law and move the needle forward that way. And so we had asked Roger if he would be willing to come in and help clarify any misinformation that may have been pushed out
at the last commissioners meeting and also answer any questions with some of the communities that these situations have impacted. So I appreciate being here. I appreciate you hosting, commissioners, and I'm happy to go around the table and do introductions if that's okay. So thank you.
James Panel, Howland Township. Sure.
Rick Hernandez, Commissioner.
Frank Dillon, Allen Township Trustee.
Township.
Alex Smith, Josie Bush, Human Resources and Risk Director for the county.
Tony Bernard, Trumbull County Commissioner.
Lisa Denuncia Blair, Commissioner's Clerk.
Jane Killen, Director of Corporate Relations and Communications at Ohio 111.
Nick Coggins, Trumbull County Planning Commission.
Roger Lipscomb, President, Executive Director of Ohio 811.
I'm Dennis Butch, the trustee in Braceville Township.
Denny Malloy, Commissioner.
Very good.
Okay, so how would you like to begin?
Well, we also have David Thomas, State
Yeah.
Representative.
Yes, and thank you all so much for allowing me to be virtual today. Currently at a wedding for my cousin and appreciate the flexibility. And definitely, as Rep. Santucci said, appreciate Roger coming in and sharing information. I think that's a great way to kind of lead in is essentially what do these communities who have had impacts and issues over the past couple of weeks, what should they know? What can they do? And then what, from a legislative side, can the state of Ohio kind of improve and do better as well? So really excited for the conversation.
Okay, so if it's okay, I'd like to kick it to Roger to kind of just deep dive into what we've been hearing and what you've been experiencing. I think with your expertise, you may be able to answer questions from some of the communities that this has impacted. But before we do that, if that's okay, maybe some of the townships and the communities that have had issues could stand or speak to Roger and kind of explain what we've had. Maybe Howland, if you'd be willing to kind of talk a little bit about what's gone on in our township, and then maybe we could go to Bezetta and go from there.
Sorry, Tom, why not?
Yeah, well,
I mean, no different
Thank
than
you, please.
James Panel, Township Administrator Allen. I guess none of the topics I think we speak about today will be surprises to you. It's happening across the state. It's happening across the nation. We had an employee in the township just travel down to Carolinas. They're being bombarded with the same thing.
Sure.
As for Howland Township, multiple gas strikes, multiple water lines, things were allegedly marked. The blame game becomes, who did it, who marked it, who didn't mark it. Our last incident that really kind of put the straw on the camel's back was a strike for a main power line that took a large portion of the incidents out. And we had been dealing with multiple for the past 2 years from multiple companies. The questions always come up from the residents. Black in my yard 2 months ago, 3 months ago, just got here. And I can remove my flags, all of those things that are pertinent to Highway 111 that then funnels down to your contractor. Those are the two we've seen predominantly, the benchmark and USIC. Continue to go on. I think that there are some legislative items that should be concerned with and or looked at. We're from a township, we're statutory. We don't have so much authority to follow the permit. The excavation permits in the Ohio Revised Code are more about digging for a specific spot. I don't think they were really built for thousands of feet of excavation and handholds and multiple handholds. So, I think that those concerns will be echoed by everyone. And to top it off, the safety issues of the training behind it, PUC some new legislation that just came out for training June 8th.
The existing training.
277, 227. So all of those things continue to hit us at the local level. And the challenge is we really don't have a lot of answers. It's very difficult. We feel the phone call just this morning. I feel the phone call from a resident said, I've got these flags and they've been in for a couple months, but cut around them. What do I do? So don't move them. I wouldn't move them right now. So I could go on and on with it. That's kind of a really, really big broad brushstroke that I'm sure that all of the communities are dealing with.
Sure. Well, Roger, why don't we start with you, kind of state, answer some of his questions, and then as it goes, I'm sure a lot of us have some questions for him.
I truly appreciate the opportunity to be here. There's, as I
Say
was
your name, please.
Roger Lipscomb, Ohio 1. I was sorry, I didn't even follow the rules. Yeah. So I think it's important as I watched the meeting from last week remotely. I'm sorry I couldn't be here, but as I watched the meeting, it really concerned me that there was a lot of misunderstanding. There were a lot of folks that clearly didn't understand the moving parts of this process. It's a very complicated process. And unfortunately, it's one that's evolved over the last 150 years that we've been putting stuff in the ground. And it was never one of those things where you had a city planner who said, hey, we're going to lay this city out for today and for future growth, right? It's kind of been piecemealed as it's grown over the years. And as communities have expanded into the rural areas, as well, we've seen all of this. There's been a lot of this done without any kind of central organization. And so there's a lot of confusion, a lot of misunderstanding out there, and a lot of misrepresentation. So you're absolutely right, sir. The concerns that you're raising are not unique to our township. We're seeing them across the state. We're seeing them across the nation. We're heavily involved in national organizations that are trying to get in front of some of these issues. I believe there's some fundamental things that we can do at the bottom to kind of ease the pressure on the citizens, right? Like you, we're getting tons of calls. We actually had several homeowners from the region here call us and ask us to have their yards marked so that they don't get their houses moved. So the folks are worried, they're concerned, which has raised the concern for us. Now, it's clear, it's important that we need to make sure everyone understands what Ohio 1's role is, okay? Because I think there's a lot of confusion around that. And just a moment ago, you stated the locators, that I have no control over those locators. Much like the townships, Ohio 811 is a 501c6 not-for-profit. We were established in 1972 as the Ohio Utilities Protection Service. Basically, there were 3 utilities that came together. At that time, it was Ohio Bell, East Ohio Gas, and the Illuminating Company. Today, that's Enbridge, AT&T, and First Energy. So those 3 companies came together, formed the organization in 1972. I joined the organization in 2006. I took over as the president executive director. Prior to that, I spent almost 40 years now in the industry. I started as an excavator, or actually started building engineering computer networks for schools, K-12 education. When the phone lines were too slow between the schools, we went to fiber, building fiber, aerial and underground. Eventually, after the Communications Act of '96, and there was the first fiber boom, I managed a company and built a lot of fiber networks throughout Ohio and Pennsylvania at that time. Eventually moved to a contract locating company. And the reason this background is important is because it's given me a unique perspective from each of these primary stakeholders who are involved in these situations. That's allowed us over the last 20 years that I've been in charge of the place to try and get some meaningful legislation passed in the state. And I'll explain how that process works now and some of the things that we're working on that short term and long term that are going to hopefully help this situation. Okay. So with that background, Ohio 811 does not mark the utilities. We actually only serve as the communications link. So if Representative Tucci is putting a mailbox in, he dials 811. We take his information. We have a mapping system that shows us the utilities that have something very near him. We notify them. Then they contract the benchmarks and the USICs. And some of the municipals still do it in-house. They still have in-house employees who do that. They'll come out and mark that. And so that's kind of the basic way the structure works. There's 2 problems facing us that we're starting to see here. And it's not just, again, us, it's across the state, it's across the nation. We have an aging infrastructure. Some of this stuff has been in the ground for a very long time. If you think about back in the day, these were all small community systems. These small community systems were bought up by bigger companies and eventually became the First Energies and the Enbridges and all of these big companies. But their systems are made up of a lot of smaller systems that were put together under one. What didn't happen is they weren't always good about integrating those records or keeping those records. Some of those records are quite old. So the two problems facing us as an industry and state, which is what we've talked to not only Rep. Santucci and Rep. Thomas, but we've talked with Representative Kloppenstein, we've talked with Senator Weinstein, we've talked with Senator Wilkin about this in the past, as well as Rep. Wasdale and some others. With this aging infrastructure, with the amount of deficient records, we would say, that have just kind of accrued over the period, it's more important than ever that on the other side, the excavators follow those safe excavation practices. So some of the incidents that we've experienced in Northeast Ohio, and as a Valley boy, I grew up in Girard, graduated from Girard. Our office is in North Jackson, Ohio. But in that sense, what we're experiencing here now is twofold. We have an aging infrastructure. Records are suspect sometimes. Sometimes they're very accurate. Sometimes they're suspect. We also have how do you say it in a nice way? We have a investment-driven initiative to expand broadband, right? There's a lot of private equity behind this. Just so everyone realizes, we haven't really seen any of the BEAD money that was set aside during COVID. That money will be coming this fall and into the spring. That money worries me, but we've been talking with Broadband Ohio, who's administering that whole program. What the fiber overbuilds you're seeing now is all being driven with private equity money and some state grant funding. What's happening here is these contractors, and you heard some of this from Lumos the other day, they've changed contractors and they've changed how those contractors are being paid. A lot of these contractors are being paid by the footage. So the more footage you can put in, the more you can make. The downside of that is safety sometimes and close cuts and various other things lead to problems, some of the problems experienced. So if I take any one of these incidents, and I can't really speak to the details of them, I'll speak at a high level. Basically, there were a number of variables, factors that created those situations. And it was multiple things on multiple sides that led to those incidents, okay? We're trying to get in front of that. So understanding the issue, understanding that we're seeing the issue and we're trying to address it. My team and I have been trying to reach out to local communities. We've been trying to reach out to local leaders to help ensure that they have the right information. Jamie has produced a one-page resource document. This one-page resource document is something that you can give to your citizens. You can post it on your website. You can find it on our website. But this resource document basically tells people where they can go get information. So when those homeowners are asking questions about the tickets, when they're asking questions about are the flags in the yard, they can go find answers there. When they're asking about the color code, what does this color code mean? Or more importantly, if they're asking things like, what is it? I see this show up in my yard. What's going on? What products are going on? We actually have a tool. It's our app. You can find it on Apple and the others. You can find our app. On our app is a near ticket search. So if you're standing at an intersection, you can hit that button and see what activities are taking place within a short area around you. And so this is something we've been telling homeowners across the state to be able to do. Obviously, as you can imagine, we're fielding calls from homeowners. I think last week, Jamie, we were close to 1,500 calls from homeowners asking us what can we do, information or education. So we're directing them to our website. We're directing them to these QR codes and information that they can find so that they're better informed. For us, making sure that you as local community leaders and as county leaders and as state leaders, that you guys have the right information, education, you understand how these parts are working. I think it's going to be a big step in helping alleviate the concerns that some of the residents have, right? The interesting thing is, if you think about it, in the state of Ohio last year, we've seen record volumes the last 5 years of excavation activity. Last year, we saw 1.7 million incoming requests for excavation. Every time we receive one, we notify an average of 7 utilities. So that was almost 11 million, 10.5 million notices went out last year. It doesn't make it right, but the fact that we're not seeing more incidences, the fact that we're not seeing more damages and more issues actually shows that a big part of what we're doing in Ohio is working. And that Ohio is safer than maybe these incidents make it seem. Because we've got a lot of activity that happens every day where we have no incident. Everybody does what they're supposed to do and we go home safe. It's unfortunate that when you get a series of things like we've been seeing, that's the problem. So if someone said to me, are our laws deficient? The answer is yes and no. We had a period of time from 1990 to 2012 where we did not upgrade or update the excavation safety laws in the state of Ohio. During that period of time, methodologies and technology like horizontal directional drilling started really taking hold. When I got here in 2006, we started pushing for legislation. We were successful in getting House Bill 458 passed in 2012. From there, we've been able to incrementally try to chew away at this elephant, a bite at a time, fixing a lot of the issues we're experiencing. In 2011, we facilitated the formation of an organization called the Ohio Underground Damage Prevention Coalition. This organization is made up of 30 state associations. So if you think about the Ohio Gas, the Ohio Contractors Association, NUCA, when you think about the township, Ohio Township trustees, and all of these things, county commissioners and county engineers are participating in these things. We come together as an industry and we say, okay, what are we going to work on? What issues do we need to address? Subcommittees are formed. That group is chaired by someone representing the excavation industry and someone representing the utilities. My organization serves as the secretary. We're the facilitator. We organize the meetings. We're the repository of information. We're the subject matter expert. We're the ones that kind of do the research. Okay? We're funded through private dollars, through membership dollars. So Rep. Santucci calls in that notice. I send it to an average of 7 utilities. The non-governmental utilities pay approximately a little over $1. The governmentals pay about 61 cents, somewhere in there. Exactly. But so that's kind of how we're funded. That makes up my budget. What that means is I serve the industry collectively. No one stakeholder truly is, my stakeholders are the 11 plus million citizens. It's your communities. It's all of our communities. So that gives us a unique perspective. Sitting at the center of the process, we can kind of see where the breakdowns occur, where legislation needs to be enhanced, where we can address best practices. How do we get people to behave correctly? All of those kind of things have kind of fallen to us in the last 20 years. I often tease that we're kind of like the Jiminy Cricket of the industry, we're kind of sitting on their shoulder and we're the conscience. Man, are you sure you really want to do those things, right? And we try to work through that. Like you, like many of you, we have all the responsibility for this process and we have no authority to enforce anything. If someone calls us up and says, I want to call in 10 miles, I have no mechanism currently to say, no, you can't. You can only do this. And those are some of the things that we're working on with the legislators today, is to try and get the call center the ability to say, this meets the definition of a large complex project. And therefore, you're going to conduct yourself in a different way. You're not just going to come in with 15 crews and overwhelm a community. You're going to come in an organized fashion. You're going to work with the various stakeholders. You're going to work with those players. And we're going to coordinate these activities. Simple utility coordination. We're going to do this in a uniform manner so that everyone is safe and everyone can handle it. These are the things that we're pushing for now that would help the situations we're experiencing. Unfortunately, it's like any gold rush, any energy rush. This fiber thing is whoever gets there first, whoever gets to you first gets the business, right? And so they're in this race and they're stepping over each other. Now, obviously, some of my largest members are these companies, and they're probably cringing that I'm saying this, but it's nothing I haven't said to them in private. They have to get better. They have to make sure that their subcontractors are properly trained. They have to make sure that their subcontractors can communicate with the local authorities, can communicate with the local systems. These are some of the problems we're seeing. Everyone's scrambling to get resources. And unfortunately, sometimes these resources are being put in place They're not fully trained yet. They don't fully understand the laws in Ohio. They don't fully understand safe excavation practices. And they're being put out there and not being able to communicate. We're seeing I don't know how many homeowners contact me weekly and say, when are you going to do something about these people that can't speak English coming in here and into our communities? And when we ask them questions, they'll pack up their equipment and they'll leave. And so there's a bunch of these types of issues we're trying to get in front of working legislators. Rep. Klopfenstein right now has some language drafted that Rep. Thomas and Rep. Santucci are looking at. I think there's places in there to be able to handle some of these situations we're talking about. I think the biggest thing I've heard from the townships, and Rep. Santucci shared Holland's letter with us, and a lot of what you're pointing out are some of the things we're already working and we're trying to get through. What we've done is we've asked the coalition last week, that's where I was last week while you guys were meeting, we've asked them to speed up the process a little bit. We've asked the industry, we started pushing the industry to give us some short-term fixes to alleviate the stress and pressure that you guys are feeling. While we work on longer-term solutions to fix these things. With that, and that's kind of an overview of what we're experiencing and seeing. There's industry experts, as Rep. Santucci explained, that have been working on these issues for a number of years. They are very complex issues, and they're majorly compromised by money. When you have the equity investors pushing for results and profits, sometimes safety is compromised, and that's the one thing we've got to get our heads around. We've also got to start working on how do we address this aging infrastructure and the record keeping associated with it. If you ask me, again, my opinion from years of experience, those are probably the two root causes of the situations we're experiencing. Pressure to move fast, quick, and get a lot done. And how do we keep up and how do we protect an aging infrastructure? And so I think what you're experiencing here is a direct result of those two variables. I've been meeting with a lot of the large players. I had Enbridge from Canada in my office last Tuesday. I've shared some thoughts on how they might be able to, and actually there's a number of organizations out there that we've started talking to them about might be able to help them in all utilities, not just that one. Please don't think I'm singling them out. All of these utilities that are long-standing utilities in Ohio are struggling with record keeping. Some of them do it much better than others. Some of them have done a great job of integrating as they've acquired more assets. They've done a great job of integrating those assets in there. Some of these companies, for instance, Enbridge today, only bought Dominion probably 3 years ago. So they're still trying to get their head around what they bought, right? And so they're committed to absolutely fixing some of those issues on their end, as is AT&T and a number of the others. First Energy obviously is recovering from some stuff that they went through a couple of years ago, but they're in front of it as well, trying to get those utilities. The big one for me is you guys, the municipals. The municipals, because you guys are resource strapped, you're definitely harder for you guys to keep up with your infrastructure and keep up with the record keeping for your infrastructure. There are some tools available, and we're actually developing a utility coordination tool. We're trying to seek funding for it now. But if we can get that utility coordination tool, this would be something for the cities, the municipals, the governmentals to be able to use in their community, so that when one of these organizations is coming through, they've got to follow that complex project process, and they've got to do it through this information exchange portal that will be administered by us and stood up for you, the local communities. So these are some of the longer term things that we think will help these situations. But no doubt in the short term, we've got to get some stuff in place. We've got to get some accountability for some of these things in place. And that's what we're working with the legislators to do. Long-winded, so sorry, but there's a lot of information to share. Yes, sir.
Question and comment. So ultimately, we kind of just told us something happens, the permittee is one ultimately responsible. Whoever's holding that permit, they're responsible for their contractors, not 811 for marking something wrong, not the municipality for allowing it. It's the permittee should be the ultimate responsible one.
Again, 811 doesn't mark. Thank you, sorry, thank you, please. We don't mark, I don't have anybody in the field. I have liaisons in the field or education liaison, but we have no control over what gets marked and doesn't.
So who does the marketing? When we dial 811,
So it's to your point, your answer is yes. So and you guys are familiar with Lumos. So if Lumos is the permit holder and they hire 2, 3, 4 subcontractors to do the work for them, ultimately Lumos is responsible for their contractors, good, bad, or indifferent. Now, I believe the Lumos representative last week expressed that they take responsibility for the contractor that they fired, and they brought a new contractor in who hopefully performs at a different level. So it's absolutely right. When you're a township or you're the county, your county engineers or whoever, when you're issuing that permit for that right-of-way work, whoever that name is in is ultimately responsible for everyone who works on that project for them. Now, the utilities are responsible for the locators who come out and mark those facilities, and they're responsible for making sure that their maps and their information up to date and accurate.
okay, legislatively, we know fiber is the big thing now. We were told at the meeting last week that there's Brightspeed, there's Lumos, there's Omni, they could come by multiple times with multiple fiber in front of the same house. Why can't we make legislation that if we know there's conduit they put in the ground, then they feed the fiber through? Why can't we make legislation that a conduit has 4 chambers or 6 chambers, and when they put it in, the next 4 or 5 companies just use the same conduit, that way you're only digging once and then tying in multiple times, and not 6 companies coming in and digging? I mean, is that possible to legislate something?
Well,
like that?
I think anything's possible at this point. So I'll give kind of just a brief update, and then I have a question also for Roger as well. I spoke to the Speaker of the House, and I have not communicated with Rep. Thomas about this quite yet, but we're going to work with Roger on Rep. Kloffenstein's bill to beef it up to make sure that we try to include as much of these concepts or ideas as possible. When I spoke to the Speaker, I spoke with him about introducing my own legislation, and he had encouraged that if there's already a member in the legislature working on a bill, don't overstep them and duplicate the work. Just we'll beef up their legislation and try to be all encompassing. So to your point, Commissioner, I'm not sure if I like your idea. I don't know if that's plausible or if that would work. I would have to lean on Roger's expertise to advise us on if your suggestion is able to be legislated. But Rep. Thomas and I are going to be working along with Rep. Steve Demetrio, who is from Portage County, also had an instance of a situation where a home blew up, and I think there was loss of life, unfortunately, in his district. He's going to be working with us on the bill as well. So more to come as far as legislation goes. What Roger's role today is to help everybody understand kind of their roles. What is the role of a township? What's the role of a state rep? What's the role of a county? And so I think his expertise is really good here. We're planning to work on the legislation on our end, but Roger's role today and why we had asked him to come was to kind of clarify some of the miscommunication that was at our last commissioners meeting and clarify who's on first and how do we all work together to solve some of these problems.
And help you folks understand that there's some resources so that we can get proper education. But Commissioner, to your question, let me just give you an experience that I had when I was back building the first round of fiber builds, okay? The City of Independence, I was trying to get our company built into the City of Independence to a central office. At that time, they were very reluctant because we were like the 3rd or 4th contractor trying to come in. The deal I made with them, the private deal I made with them at that time is I was putting in a 4-inch conduit that has 3 1/4 inner ducts inside. So 3 pathways inside that 4-inch. What we did was we built a second 4-inch next to that with the 3 inner ducts, and we actually gave it to them. So the next 3 contractors who came through just leased that duct space from them. So what you're talking about is absolutely plausible, and it absolutely can happen. I don't know that you'll be able to legislate it at the state level. These are more a community matter. So like municipalities can put ordinances in places. Townships, county commissioners can adopt rules. You guys at township level can adopt some rules maybe. Giving you guys the authority to have a little bit of that kind of where you can say to them, listen, we're not going to have our roads tore up 10 times, right? We're going to do this once. And we want you, if you want your permits, if you want your franchise agreements, if you want to be able to come through here, we're asking you to help us as a community. If you're opening a trench or if you're pulling in this package, pull in the second package and give us the space to be able to not only possibly, this is dangerous for me to say, but not only possibly get them other people, but maybe gain some revenue from it as a local community. Okay. So the idea that you have is plausible. That's how I've handled it in the past. Some communities who are struggling with me coming in and building fiber. Now, that was a long time ago. I don't do that these days, but that's how I handled some of those situations in the right of ways and stuff back in the day. So I think it's plausible, possible. I think you would get it, but it would probably more come from those utilities volunteering that kind of stuff, where you guys suggesting it and them agreeing to it so that they can gain access. Now, obviously, the money behind them may not want them to build a condo and give it to you so you can get it to 3 other people and compete against them. But at the end of the day, there's another option too that we're looking at. And right now, the state of Pennsylvania has what they call Coordinate PA. This is a utility coordination tool, it's a portal. They've legislated it. And this is maybe where the state legislators can help us. They've legislated that when we have these types of projects, these people will follow, they'll use this information exchange portal called Coordinate PA, and they will put their information in. What this allows is, all of a sudden we know that the county engineers or the township or the city is going to be doing a road opening. Everybody who's planning to go in there in the next 6 or 7 months now has an opportunity to do it while the road's open. Get your work done, get it done while the road's open. We're going to close the road up and we're not going to open it 5 more times over the next 6 months. I'm looking at trying to bring that to Ohio. Coordinate Ohio is what we would name it. The PA 811, Pennsylvania 811 will license it to us. I'm trying to find the funding now for their developer, their software developer, to convert it and make it an Ohio 811 thing or Ohio thing. And then what we would do is administer it as a call center and make it available to the communities so that as these projects came, we would have utility coordination. All of the players would be putting information in. The affected players would be able to draw information out. The one thing that we've discovered is when all stakeholders are talking and communicating and sharing information, we see less issues, we see less problems, right. We have better, safer environment, right? So these are some of the things we're working on that would help that. A long-winded answer to your question, but it was an important question.
One statement, 2 questions. One is James Powell, Hamilton Township. One, Lumos did not attend the meeting on Thursday. I was listening from the airplane. And Lumos was very clear. They weren't too far with anybody else going to the economy. So that's going to be a tough.
It's just a multi-chamber conduit.
The chamber,
not the same.
It'll be better. Who's going to fund that? Those are all questions, other things out there. Can you speak directly to who is the authority on the marking company? Who hires them? Who's the authority? So the finger pointing. So I use 2 companies that I'm familiar with, USIC and Benchmark. Sure. Okay. You're the phone call connection point. Their biggest complaint to us when we sat with Lumos and USIC said, you've got to quit sending us so many tickets at once. Lumos made an agreement that they're going to cut back. We saw notes on all these issues, but who is the ultimate regulatory authority for those 2 companies that gives us at least a reference point to say, look, Benchmark, USIC was regulated by this individual. If you believe there's a problem with them, because now we get Lumos going this way, Omni going this way, Benchmark going that way, and now I just get emails every day of all the nodes and stuff happening in the entire township and county. But who is the regulatory authority to hold them accountable to their marketing standards?
So let's start with them all, right? So Lumos has built a lot of network. Lumos hires a subcontractor, the locator, to locate those lines. So every time Lumos receives a ticket, forget about their construction side. Their maintenance side of their system, they hire a locate firm. That locate firm receives the notice from us. They go out and they mark Lumos's stuff. Benchmark works for Enbridge. So Enbridge is in control of the contract around Benchmark and the requirements for Benchmark. So if you're having an issue with Benchmark, you would go to Enbridge. Now they may mark for multiple people, including some of your communities. You may see townships and villages and cities where one of these companies locate the stormwater system or something like that. Or like Cleveland Water works with a contract locator to do their stuff. AT&T and some of the bigger entities use the USIC. Sometimes you'll see the name Recon. Columbia Gas uses GridHawk. But they are the ones who have the direct contracts with those subcontractors to do that work on their behalf. Okay. The problem is when they talk about the volume that we're experiencing, and this is why I said earlier, I'm kind of worried about the BEAD money that has the true broadband money. Those contracts have just been getting awarded. And I would expect that those contractors with those awards are going to be ramping up this fall and winter and coming around in the spring. Those companies, basically getting back to it, they have that responsibility. But as far as the volume, here's what's happening. You've got a company coming in, trying to shotgun blast the whole area. They're bringing in 5, 6 crews. They're calling in several hundred tickets a day. In a lot of the smaller communities, you guys know, if you have in-house locators, they can't keep up with that volume. It has to be managed. We have to take a breath. We have to step back. We have to take a breath. This is why it's important to be able to give these communities coordination tools, help the local communities understand that they probably have more of a voice in this than they think they do. They have somewhat, and giving them some other tools so that they have more control over this. But basically, it's about communications, right? So let me just give you our highest day this year was a Monday in April. Was it April, Jamie?
Yes.
So we took in that day 9,300 notices. Somebody saying I'm going to dig. Multiply that by 7. That's how many notices went out on a Monday that were due Wednesday at that time. So you call it in at 1 o'clock on a Monday, it's due 1 o'clock on a Wednesday. No one can keep up with those types of volumes across the state. It's crazy to think about. Smaller communities can't do it. Smaller rural co-ops, the co-op systems can't keep up with it. Utilities can't keep up with it. So we've got to find a way to manage it better. And that's part of what our role is at Ohio 811. We're looking for tools and things to where we can, if you're not going to be able to start that within the next week, we're going to delay it. We're going to pause it or suspend it until it's time to release it so that we don't have all of this clutter in the system that we're experiencing now. So to your point, changing House Bill 227, changing that, we've changed the 48 hours to 2 working days, not including the day of the call. So now if someone calls on Monday, the clock starts ticking at midnight Tuesday, 12 a.m., goes to 11:59 Wednesday. The excavator can actually start digging at midnight Thursday, or most of them are going to start it in the morning on Thursday. But this gives the utilities a true 48 hours to respond to those notices. So the hope is, even though we have this increased volume, increasing this time frame and giving them the appropriate amount of time to respond is going to help with more accurate locates, on-time locates. We've seen other states who've converted that way, who've experienced in better performance in terms of those areas. We're hoping to see that here in Ohio. That went into effect on June 9th. One of the other important things that came out of that bill was mandatory damage reporting. So in the past, we've had provisions in this law that dealt with damage reporting. It just wasn't tight enough. And it didn't require that damage reporting to come to the call center. It was to the utility or to the emergency responders, those kind of things. Now we've started collecting that data since June 9th. So when there's a damage, these situations happen, those excavators are required to notify us. We begin to collect the data that hopefully in the future will be used for better best practices. It will be the data that we need to be able to help legislators understand why laws need to change. So there's a lot of good things happening in that area. I know for those who live here, Doesn't seem like it's happening fast enough. But we've made tremendous progress over the last 5 or 6 years in bringing all stakeholders together, getting them all on the same page, and getting them all behind meaningful change that's going to protect us. So as quickly as Lumos or Brightspeed or any of them as an excavator can say these things, on the other side, they're utility owners and operators as well. And they have the same responsibility on that other side. And so I think that's important to keep in mind too. As you're sitting and talking with these folks, obviously, they're trying to get a job done, right? Let's be honest. They're trying to get a job done. They're trying to get it done right, trying to get it done as quick as they can and to the best of their ability. I don't know that they're always looking at what's best for the overall health of Ohio. And I don't mean that in a negative way. Please, no one take that in a negative way. It's the nature of who we are. Got a job to do. I got a job to do. My job is to protect the 11 plus million citizens of Ohio. That means I got to get out here and educate everybody so that nobody's tripping over each other. Everyone understands how it works and we can find meaningful solutions to fix it, right? So I'm very passionate. That's my special interest, is protecting everyone in this room. And that's my
I have a question.
I have a question, Mr. Chairman, if I may. Okay, so we're speaking about the markings and how these areas are marked in a time frame.
Sure.
Part of I think some of what I've heard is they mark it, these flags, whatever they're using. And then there's a certain period of time where they're not digging or they're not applying, this fiber optic. And these flags are being moved and there's a lot of unorganization there. Should there be something in place where you come to an area, we're going to give you this amount of, you're going to mark this space. We're going to give you this amount to work with. Don't go any further. You can't let it lay out there 3 weeks, 2 weeks, 3 weeks down the road, because really I have experience with that myself. They marked something in my hometown and those flags had been there for a month and they got moved for grass cutting purposes, what have you. That's one point. I had a situation where Lumos has in the Cortland area, Route 46, there's a road closure, and you mentioned about destruction of property. Well, this individual has a business with the road closed. He's losing business, and the road's probably not going to reopen until maybe the end of this week. It's been closed. Did they open it? Okay.
46.
Did they open 46? Okay, so then that's
Are you talking about because of the damage in Bezetta Township?
Yeah.
Yes. In other words, we get those phone calls. Hey, listen, the road's closed now. This company, hit an oil line, but I don't know if there's any kind of, and I contacted Steve concerning it, and they were to get, in touch with the business owner, but, I don't know if there's something there too. Maybe it could be even more disastrous where a road or an area is closed down. You have businesses in that area. Should not these fiber optic companies be responsible for not only destruction of property, but business loss?
And again, I think that would be something that would be hard to legislate. I'm not disagreeing with you.
I know it probably is.
In all my years, the way I've seen those types of things handled was in civil court, with civil cases.
Yeah.
But let me go back to your first thing. There is provisions right now. So the law says currently 2 working days, not including the day of the call, but not more than 16 calendar days. So theoretically, if I call in today, once that period's up from today, I've got 16 calendar days that I should start the commencement of my excavation. Unfortunately, again, this goes back to if the call center had more authority to enforce some of these things, or I don't want to say enforce. I don't want to be an enforcer. I don't want to be the oops police. What I want to be able to do is say to the caller, listen, if you're not going to be able to start this within the 16 calendar days, we're not going to process it at this point. You tell us when you think you're going to be able to get it started and we can process it. Because what's happening right now, Commissioner, is they'll call it in because this is an office day and they'll call in 200 locations. And they're not able to start those locations within that. Currently under the old law, it's 10 working days. Now it's 16 calendar days. If they don't start that work, they have to call that ticket back in because it expires. And what you're seeing is this is the 3rd or 4th time they've called it in because they never started the work. Some of the things we're doing in our system is we're giving them remote tools to where they can suspend it. So today is my office day. I'll put all my tickets in and then I can put them in the system, get everything uploaded. I can suspend it and have them drop periodically as I might actually be able to get to them. That's one tool that we think is going to help this circumstance or situation. I think the other piece that's going to help this is today, my organization is somewhat of a passive organization, right? So if you call me and you say you want to put this in, I can't necessarily refuse you unless it's against the revised code. We have homeowners calling in for a swimming pool or a deck, and they're saying it's an emergency. But that doesn't meet the definition of an emergency under the law. So I can actually tell them, my CSRs can tell them, this does not meet the definition of an emergency. I can't process it as an emergency. I have to process it as a routine ticket. Giving us some of those kind of tools. One of the things that the coalition is working on right now is size and scope, to your point, so that we can limit this 5-mile ticket. We can limit this 6-mile situation. You're going to break them into smaller increments that can be more managed. And then you're going to have to start these things within the prescribed time frame, or we're not going to let you process them. And so I think that's going to help some of that. It's not that, let me be clear on, I don't think that our law is as deficient as folks think it is. I think part of it is education, part of it is compliance, part of it is accountability, and ultimately part of it is helping folks understand. My big concern and what I'm seeing in Ohio today is these out-of-state contractors are coming in. They're not properly trained. They're not able to communicate. And these are where we're running into a number of other communities where we're running into some of these issues. Rep. Klopfenstein's bill starts to address this. These folks are going to have to be able to communicate with local authorities and entities. They're going to have their vehicles logoed properly. They're going to have to be wearing apparel that identifies clearly who they work for. And if they, for some reason, is a full crew of non-English speaking people, they have to have documentation with numbers and phone numbers and names of people that they can contact. Kent did this. I saw some of the requirements from Kent, and one of the requirements that I thought was really good was if it's a non-native speaking crew, they have to have documentation with them that gives contact numbers, names, and information of people who can help the local authorities understand what's going on or how to escalate an issue, right? And so, like many of you, I continue to hear from citizens that these crews, they've got no logos on their trucks, none of that. Rep. Klopfenstein's bill starts to address that, and it starts to address some of these other things that we're seeing in the right-of-ways with abandoned poles or broken poles or leaning poles or cables hanging practically off the ground. It begins to address a lot of those types of things as well. Coalition is working on size and scope of a ticket, which would definitely limit some of what we're talking about with that situation. We do have a subcommittee working on enforcement and enhanced enforcement. So Senate Bill 378 back in 2014, went into effect in 2015, actually created accountability. The PUCO has authority over the excavation laws. Now, this is an important note because I've heard folks say that the PUCO has no jurisdiction over the broadband companies, which is accurate. They're not going to have, because they're not registered with the FCC, because of those types of things, the PUCO is going to be limited on the front end. However, the PUCO has absolute authority over the excavation safety laws in the state of Ohio, and that will apply to all of those broadband companies. So if those broadband companies aren't behaving the way they should, folks can register those complaints with the PUCO, and the PUCO can handle that and deal with it. Now, the PUCO works with the Underground Technical Committee. This is an industry advisory group. It's made up of 17 individual stakeholders. I was appointed by the governor to a non-voting advisory seat for that last year. And so between the 18 of us, we sit there and hear these compliance failure complaints. We address them and we begin to try to get changes built. Initially, it's about training. It's about a performance improvement plan. It's about behavior change because you don't want to just jump right to the fines. One of the things we've noticed is that some of our fining process is too low, where it's not hurting. when people start building the cost of fines into the cost of doing business, you've lost. And so that subcommittee through the coalition is going to be working on how do we increase the authority of the PUCO to issue fines, and then for those persistent non-compliers, how do we escalate those fines to where we get someone's attention at a corporate level or an equity investment level.
Is it illegal to remove the flags? We've heard that from some neighbors saying, I don't want my neighbors to removing pulling the flags thinking they're just gonna go away.
So the unfortunately, there's nothing that really governs that I can think of one way or the other. So when you think about, they should be putting paint down and they should be putting the flags in, okay? And ideally, you want those flags to stay there. I understand that homeowners are pulling those flags so that they can cut grass and things like that. As long as those flags are being put back on those marks that are on the ground and the marks aren't being destroyed, then they could probably do that. They could probably go ahead and remove them. The situation where that was been marked for 4 weeks, as you described, and nobody's been there, I would be reluctant to let anyone remove those flags because tomorrow they could show up. And unfortunately today, unfortunately, depending on your perspective, we're using the industry is using a water-based paint. So some situations it sticks around for a while, as you've seen on some of your sidewalks, it's there. Is the thing ever going to go away? And sometimes in grass and things, it's gone after the second rain. And so removing the flags becomes a dangerous situation. Now, theoretically, Commissioner, to your point, if that contractor who's going to do that digging shows up that day after however long, and they don't see painted flags in the ground, and they check positive response to the call center, and they see that Rep. Santucci marked this, and they don't see the marks and the flags on the ground, technically they should be calling in and saying, I need Rep. Santucci to come back out here and put his paint flags in the ground. There's 3 ways a ticket expires in the state of Ohio. It's canceled. Whoever called it in cancels it. The marks are destroyed and they have to call in for remarkings, or they haven't started working within that 16 calendar time frame. These are the way the tickets expire and they have to have a new ticket. So to your point, I had this situation when I was a locator in Western Pennsylvania. We put paint flags on the ground. It had snowed overnight. A young girl coming home from school picked up all of those flags to decorate her fort, and the marks were under the snow. So we got a call that we hadn't marked. And so sending my locator back out there, he discovered that this fort was wonderfully decorated with all of the flags in the neighborhood because this little girl picked them up. So I think I would caution folks not to remove the flags if they can live with them. If they have to remove them so that they can do maintenance and those kind of things, try to get them back into that mark that's on the ground is what I would advise.
That's what worries me. That's like a stop sign.
I've been patiently waiting. Roger, I have two, maybe one question and one thing. Sitting down here, it seems that marking and speed by the contractors that are putting these fiber optic lines in are the problems, okay? I mean, we need to find a way to slow these companies down, make sure that they're taking their time, they're taking all the safety precautions that need to be taken. And I think everybody at this table truly think that that's not being done, at least I do, okay? And then the marking, how many companies actually mark where the lines are at? Do we have 2 companies, or did I hear you say that some of the companies, they subcontract people out there?
So utilities are the ones responsible for marking their facilities. They'll hire subcontractors. And what's happening?
How do we know that they're qualified to do that?
Well, you're hoping that the company that's put them under contract, hired them, is making sure that those folks are trained.
And my other question is, do we have any idea who those companies are? Do we know who those companies are in our county in here that are doing the marketing? Do we know if there's 3 companies or if there's 25 companies? Are we aware of that?
I can get you that information, sir. So,
and then my other question is, are some of the, where we're having the accidents, the problems, are they under the same marking companies that have been doing that?
No, sir. So for instance, back to your point, at the center, the way it works is a lot of times for AT&T, I'm not sending the notice to AT&T. I'm sending it to that subcontractor, USIC, and USIC will take it from there. Okay. In the case of Enbridge, I send it to Benchmark. Now there are some utilities like AEP, American Electric Power. I send it to them. Their internal screens it, and then they release it to the locate company. To your point, there was a point here where USIC pretty much had the monopoly on the market. And for a long time, they had bought up all the smaller, just like the utilities, they had bought up all the smaller companies, and they were pretty much everybody. Every time you saw an intersection, USIC was probably marking 4 or 5 utilities at that location. Since here in the last several years, through a number of reasons, companies have started coming. For instance, Columbia Gas right now is using 3. They're using Burmax in the south. They're using Gridhawk in the north and northern Ohio, northwest Ohio. And they're using Recon, which is a company owned by USIC in central Ohio. If you'd like a list of who's operating in Trumbull County, we can tell you which utilities are using which locate firms in Trumbull County. And so,
I think we need that.
yes, sir. Well, Jamie will be able to get that to the commissioners so that you guys have that. And we only know it because we know where we're delivering those notices to. Sometimes we're delivering them directly to the utility. Sometimes we're dealing right to the thing.
So if you contract me to mark that, so if I went out and marked it today and I don't get there for another month, I mean, doesn't the company know that that was marked a month ago? And that I shouldn't be out there digging now because it's past the deadline.
So unfortunately,
especially if I'm hiring a company to market.
Right. Well, you would hope that they would keep those marks refreshed. A lot of times that's triggered by the excavator in the field seeing the marks. So again, if we go through the process, basically they go out there, they respond to the notice, they go out there and they mark those facilities. They supply that to the positive response system at the center. So either they're going to put in there that there had no conflict with what you were planning to excavate, or they marked what they're doing. So now as an excavator, you check that positive response, which they received at the end of the waiting period. We send it to them and they know I should going out here. I know that AT&T cleared this, so I'm not going to be seeing flags and paint for AT&T. However, Columbia Gas did mark it, so I should be seeing yellow paint out here and yellow flags. Now, theoretically, we have no expiration date on a ticket for distance. Some states have 21 days. And after 21 days, the ticket expires, even if the marks are still visible. Unfortunately, in Ohio, as long as the marks are still visible, if you come a month later, they mark it today, and a month from now, you go there, and those marks are visible, theoretically, you're cleared to start digging if you can see those marks. One of the things the coalition has discussed and has worked on is maybe not so much an expiration date, as if you leave the site, if you start construction within the 16 calendar days and you leave that site for a period of time before you can return and begin to work on it again, you need to renew your marks. You need to get a new ticket in and get your marks renewed. So there is conversations around how to deal with that. But today, to answer your question, if you put paint on the ground today, and I come out 30 days from now and that paint's still visible, and I can go ahead and start excavating. Now, the scary thing for me as a damage prevention professional is in that 30 days, maybe there was an emergency line put in. Maybe something happened and somebody had to do it. So for me, that's a problem. And that's a problem that I've been preaching to whoever listened to me for a number of years now that we need to address. I think the coalition is finding its way to, obviously, we've had a giant elephant here that we've had to nibble away at. And so prioritizing what's next on the plate has kind of been how we're doing this. But in that situation, yes, we need something in the future to handle the circumstance you described. Right, Jamie?
Jamie Gillen, I just want to touch on what Roger just shared. when the paint is on the ground, the flags are on the ground. Yes, they can still come back and excavate this 30 days, 60 days, whatever it is. But as long as they start excavating within those first 16 calendar days. So that is, just to clarify, that 16 days still matters there. So if the paint is put down today.
And they don't do
21st,
anything.
Yeah, they don't do anything. They can't come in 30 days and just start digging, down the road and do that. That excavation has to begin in those 16 calendar days.
Thanks for clarifying, because my scenario, they started excavating before so if they don't start that within that 16 calendar days, they can't show up 30 days later.
You know, the problem with that is this time of the year, people cutting grass and all this. I could see it maybe, well, with the exception of snow, but I mean, they could be cutting their grass once a week, those flags are going cut, unless it's paint. If it's paint, maybe different, but and if they don't see the paint, then they have to call for the remarks. It would be crazy not to.
Well,
and that's what it comes down to. And I mean, maybe it's because I'm older now and I'm more cynical. Unfortunately, too many decisions are made today based on who's paying me and how much am I getting paid. And I don't mean to be that way. Unfortunately, you see good players behaving badly because of those types of pressures. And I don't know how we would ever fix that other than to appeal to their conscience, appeal to their sense of humanity to keep these neighborhoods safe over the almighty dollar.
This is great information, but there's still so many holes.
Yeah,
there's so many puzzle pieces missing. This is great stuff about markings. A township, public works department, 12 people. I think Mayor Kyle said it great the other day. We're still looking at Wild Wild West. And the fact of the matter is that if I have to have staff, or we have to have staff monitoring every one of these 10,000, 20,000 foot boulders, nothing will get done in my township. We can't do it. So there are still this excellent information. It'll be on our app by the end of the day. But there's just so many holes. This marketing stuff, I mean, everything you explained is
It
fabulous.
seems to me like there is nobody in charge.
No,
Like there is not one person you can go to.
The company that hired Lumos hired them. They can argue.
We have a situation in Kinsman. A gentleman, they cut the phone line June 5th. They still want a phone line on Ward North Road. The whole road hasn't had phone service since then. Now, how many people still have service to the home? The farmers do out in Kinsman, where they have dead spots for Verizon and stuff. But they've been since June 5th. They can't get anyone to rectify who's going to fix their phone line.
The scary thing about that's their 911
That's a safety problem.
and that's a safety issue.
Excuse me, can I interject here real quick? David McCann, Allen Township Public Works, and I appreciate what James just reiterated, okay? The issue, truly, I don't believe is the marketing. The issue is these companies are coming in and they want to go full bore like we're talking, okay? They're not doing their due diligence on their own plans. If their plans had the location of a water line, a gas line, a sewer line, a storm line, if their plans had it, the individuals out in the field would have two recourses to know that we got a gas line here that isn't marked, or I know it's supposed to be marked and it's not, or here's where the plans show, but it's showing over here. Okay, the problem is these utility companies are coming in and they're not doing their due diligence on gaining knowledge on the plans that they're actually trying to put to the community and say, we want to build right here. We want to build in this community and this is what we want to do. They don't have the utility markouts on their plans. They don't have storm sewers on their plans. What they're going by is a flyby, and they're using a flyby GPS. They're looking at the street and they're approximating where the right of way lines are at. And then they're putting little manhole notes on where they see the manholes from 2,000 feet up. And then they're just saying, okay, here's where we want to put our line. They do not care where the utilities are at. They're leaving it up to me and the municipalities, you guys, to mark it out. That's the problem that you got here.
So let me help you understand. If we could get some of those utility coordination tools I've talked about in place, right now in Ohio, we have a design ticket. And this would address the concern you're talking about. if a Lumos or a Brightspeed or you name the company was going to come into your community, if the first thing they would do is either follow the existing large complex project process that's there today, or if they would issue a design ticket, all of those utilities that you're talking about would be required to respond to them either with prints or with physical markings so that they can include all of that in the prints that they give to that subcontractor. So again, this is another one of those things where we have a mechanism in place today. What we don't have is a mechanism to force people down that road.
The compliance aspect.
That's the piece, right? So we have the tools, It's how do we get people to either voluntarily use those tools, which I can tell you, my liaisons and I are out there begging them, we're bribing them, we're browbeating them, we're shaming them. We're trying to do all those things to get it. Unfortunately, we have no mechanism by which I can force them to use the existing tools. And as you know, using those tools is going to take time, which is money to them. It's going to take resources to be able to do that so that they have that information. And unfortunately, the downside of that is you're going to have to trust that the information they receive is accurate, because what we've seen is it's not always accurate.
I think it's important to recognize that these rules are coming from the state of Ohio. So if our legislators.
So you didn't name it.
Mr. Rob, concerned citizen.
Excuse me, could you come a little closer?
Sure. Thank you so much for coming. I know for me, you've answered a lot of my questions, but I do think it's important for our representatives to understand that you keep talking about if we had the tools, we would have the tools if the state representatives for Ohio made laws that enforced some of the ideas that you have. And like you have mentioned, this is all being driven in part by private equity. And many of the people who are sponsoring these bills are getting huge campaign contributions from utility companies. And that's driving the process.
You know what, I don't want to go there. This is an information meeting, okay? And I like to, keep it at that.
Chairman, there's something that she mentioned that I would like to address. I've worked with the Ohio State Legislature for a long time. As you can imagine, since before 2006, I was talking to legislators. In Ohio, we have some great legislators. They want to make a difference. The important thing, you had two legislators in here, Rep. Thomas and Rep. Santucci. They came to me and said, we don't understand how all this fits together. We need someone to help us understand how the moving parts work, how that works. We have a great group of legislators in the state of Ohio. I want to make sure everyone understands that. They want to make a difference. Every time I approach them, every time I go visit them, they want to hear the issues, they want to understand them, and they want to try to help. What everyone needs to realize is this is 150 years of us doing it wrong. And now only in the last 10 or 15 years have we said we need to do it right. So you're not going to turn a cruise ship on a dime. And we've made a lot of progress in the last decade and a half that we've been actively in getting legislation put in place. We've made great progress. We've got a long way to go, but we have legislators who are willing to do it. They're working with us. They want to make a difference. They want to understand the issues. This is like dropping a pebble in a calm pool of water. Please understand, if I took a pebble today and I dropped it, what is the ripple effect? Is it going to be a tidal wave or is it going to be a gentle ripple? You can't just throw legislation in place without unintended consequences that are going to make the situation possibly worse. You have to think through these issues and you have to work through these issues uniformly, logically, intelligently, with the right people who understand them. The second you start dropping pebbles in this pool of water, you're going to create unintended consequences. So, Chairman, I'm going to get off my soapbox. Thank you for allowing me to address.
Nick Coggins, you had a comment?
Nick Coggins, Trumbull County Planning Commission. So there's a lot of talk about how many tickets you received, how many times you have to send them out to utilities, and they're sending in multiple tickets at a time. For everybody's understanding, and you talked about possibly working to get the number of tickets or the length of tickets restricted. What is it currently, for everybody's understanding, what currently is a ticket? Is it a parcel? Is it a street? Is it 100 feet? Is it 100? What do you consider a ticket?
That's a great question. It could be all of the above. So in my mapping system, our mapping, I say mine because I feel responsible for the whole industry. In our mapping system, we have multiple layers. So for instance, if you're calling in your house, right? I can go in there and I can say, okay, we're gonna put a 50-foot buffer zone around your parcel, because I have for all 80 counties, we have the parcel data. So I can just send that out, and only utilities that have something that intersects with your parcel are gonna be notified, okay? It may be one of those situations where I'm working from intersection to intersection. So I'm working the whole street from intersection to intersection. Well, that notification area that we draw will be that area with a buffer. And then the utilities within that scope will be notified. It could be, unfortunately, as we've seen, somebody saying, I want this 5-mile strip of route 83, or we'll pick a route 46. I want 8 miles of 46. Unfortunately, I can't turn that away. I've got to take that as 8 miles of 46. However, if we get some of these other tools, or if we give, I guess the thing I've been begging legislators to do is, let's give us at the call center some authority to say, this is how you're going to behave to some degree, right? I'm not going to take an 8-mile ticket for you. We're going to break that down into a manageable increment. So size and scope will help us do that. But unfortunately today, you can call in the parcel. Now, then some of the new tools we have is electronic white lining. Yeah. And what that means is, if I've got a 2-acre parcel and I'm only working in the front corner of it, I can actually draw that on a notification, and only that area is going to be marked, and only the people who were affected or overlap that will be notified there. So the guy on the back part of that 2 or 3 acre parcel won't get that notification. I would love for all of you to come and visit us at the center here in North Jackson. We can show you more about how all of this works if you're interested. We can host workshops for that and help you guys understand how the process really works and some of the tools that are available. As the gentleman stated earlier, I've got a number of tools. There's a number of mechanisms in place. It's getting the people to comply with them, or to use them, or maybe in some cases just understand that they exist and how it might help the situation. I think from the local communities, as you guys as community leaders start to have the dialogue with these companies who are seeking access into your area, I have liaisons in the field. Please engage my liaisons. I'm trying to increase that workforce right now. I have 7 across the state. I'm trying to get that up to much higher amount. But these liaisons will come out and they'll work with you and those companies. They know those players. They'll work with those companies so that you're not taxing your resources as much to help them. Now, obviously, I have limited resources as well, but at least for those first meetings, those engagement meetings where you're starting the planning meetings, ask for my liaisons to be in attendance, and they can help make sure everybody starts off on a good foot, at least from an education and understanding standpoint.
But my other question is, a lot of the counties throughout the state of Ohio are having the same problem we're having.
Sure.
Question. Is there something that we should be doing that other counties may be doing that we're not doing?
That's a good question. So the County Engineers Association, we were working with the Ohio County Engineers Association on Rep. Kloppenstein's bill. So some of the provisions that are in that bill are directly going to help the county engineers and help that situation. ODOT, it will help ODOT in some of that. I think there's some provisions in there that may help you guys as townships as well. But we've actively been working with that association, their representative, and this is how Rep. Kloppenstein's bill came into existence. I believe when you look at the county engineers, some of the more populated counties are doing things a little differently than some of the rural counties. And I don't necessarily, I mean, every time I speak for the county engineers, Michael Evans, their government affairs person, scolds me in a nice way. Her and I have a great relationship, but she'll scold me for over speaking. I can tell you this, there's some county engineers who are doing amazing, great things. And I think they've got some great ideas and plans for how we can do things better. I think the county commissioners, I would like to see all county commissioners a little more engaged. I guess I shouldn't have said that out loud, but I would like to see county and commissioners a little more engaged in this process. They used to be involved when we did the first pieces of legislation. The county commissioners representatives were there, and they were part of that process. I'd like to see them come back.
Or are you working with our county commissioners associations in the state of Ohio?
Sure.
Yeah.
And they're actually listed on they're listed on that coalition site. They're seeing those mailings and those notices. I'm not personally working with anyone from the County Commissioners Association right now, but I know from time to time I see them at the meetings, and I know that they're keeping their fingers on it. I think because this issues that you guys are experiencing are more grassroots and localized, I think you're going to start to see more and more of those folks paying attention, because when you start hearing from your citizens, and I start hearing from citizens about how can they keep their home safe, that's a different, rather than coming from somewhere else, that's one that all of us have to sit up and take notice of and pay attention to.
Roger, I have a question. So, we talk about state laws and what that looks like. Who in the legislature has been your go-to member that you've been working with? Because, you and I have not worked super closely until these issues all came up. And, these issues and the way that the structure is currently has been in existence far before I was ever elected in 2022.
Sure.
So why have some of these changes not been implemented sooner? To avoid situations like this, we have political opportunists that stand up and demand that we write laws tomorrow. But to understand the history as to why it hasn't been done before, and I appreciated your point of having a coalition of members now that are willing to step up and do it. But can you explain why we haven't moved the needle sooner or quicker as far as state laws go?
I can. And the first thing is, if we're talking about champions, one of the things that's helped us is a lot of the legislators I worked with in 2011 and 2012 aren't there now because of term limits. So we've seen some of that turnover. The champions that we've worked with recently are folks like Representative Wasdale, Representative Johnson, Senator Wilkin really drove on once House Bill 227 got to the Senate side. Senator Wilkin was instrumental in that. There's the leadership we've worked with, the leadership of both the House and the Senate. I've visited with a number of folks who said, when you get something ready, call me. So I think there's a willingness amongst the legislature to hear these issues.
I do too.
And it was important when you and Rep. Thomas approached us. We wanted to let you know that we had been working with the county engineers and Rep. Kloppenstein on some language for a different subject. But there's places in there where we might be able to incorporate some of this. Rather than 4 or 5 legislators running out there and introducing legislation in a reactive fashion. This is why I caution you guys that between the coalition, which right now the coalition is getting some language prepared, and we'll be looking for sponsors to introduce that. That's going to be separate from Rep. Klopfenstein's bill. That'll be the next piece that the coalition is driving forward. It'll be more underground related and really kind of address things like size and scope of a notice, addressing some of the enhancements to enforcement so that we can make it a little more painful for bad players. Those types of things. That'll come out of the coalition. And when we do that, we've been told by Rep. Wasdale that any bill that we're looking at, she would be interested in. Obviously now
it's from Columbia County.
Yeah,
she's right down the street.
She dealt with the whole derailment. And so she's very passionate about safety. She's very passionate about these things. She was our primary sponsor with Rep. Johnson. And then when we got it over to the Senate, Senator Chavez was a big supporter. Senator Schaefer was a big supporter. Senator Patton was a big supporter. All of those folks have been, especially Senator Schaefer and some of those others, have been involved in some of this underground stuff for a long time. Senator Wilkin in his past was an excavator, so he understands these issues pretty well.
So my second question is sorry, Commissioner, but my second question is, a lot of what you said today too was a communication issue. That Coordinate Ohio sounds like that would be a great model. I think I'm getting last messages from Rep. Thomas now that maybe we can write that bill and champion that. But why isn't everybody doing this already? Why aren't they communicating right now? The local governments, they want home rule and they want to be in control and they want to have their own fiefdoms. But then when situations like this, everybody comes to the state and says, well, you got to regulate this. You got to come down and parachute in. And so I guess I'm confused with, do we need regulation or maybe better laws that tighten everything up? Or can the local governments be communicating with these companies to try to solve some of these? I guess I don't understand.
I think you have all of those things. You asked me a second ago, how did we get here?
Right.
We got here because you have competitors in this environment, utility companies that are competing against each other won't necessarily talk to each other, right? They're not going to necessarily share meaningful information. You've got other folks in this space. You know, obviously the gas industry has its agenda and things it needs to work on. You have the electrics have their agendas. You have the municipals and governmentals, and those folks are working on their agendas. Trying to get them all to the table, get them all lined up with some of these issues had really been the problem. And we didn't have any one from in the 80s and 90s. We didn't really have any one organization who was championing that. When I took over in 2006, I met with every association head in the state. And every one of them told me the same thing. We got to fix all these issues. But every time I called for an industry meeting, I was sitting there by myself. And so we introduced a bill in 2009, Senate Bill 152. It was a utopia bill. Oh man, if I would have had my way, we would have passed that. We didn't have any. We wouldn't be having this conversation today. We'd be drinking umbrella drinks. But we knew that bill wasn't going to go anywhere. But what it did was get the industry's attention.
Yeah.
So in February of 2011, after that General Assembly and that bill expired because it never had hearings, I called for an industry meeting. We had over 80 people. And the industry finally said, we're ready to talk. That's when we formed the Ohio Underground Damage Prevention Coalition. And this is where we began to work on legislation. Like 2 years later, the end of 12, we had House Bill 458. 2 years after that, we had Senate Bill 378. We worked with a Trans-Canada bill here recently, House Bill 430, which where design tickets really came into play. Going back to that design ticket question, we got that bill passed. We worked with the legislature on ODOT's transportation bill a couple of years ago because there were some things in there that were concerning. We're back with ODOT now, and the county engineer is working with Falkenstein on some stuff. The coalition passed House Bill 227. So there's been a lot of progress in this stuff. The problem is we're playing catch up in many compared to other states. We're still playing catch up. It really comes down to getting people to take the moment. Everybody's caught up in their day to day. If I can just get everybody to take a moment, let's have a conversation, let's talk together. And that's kind of what my organization's done for the last decade in trying to get some of the three legislative changes. This is what we'll continue to do in the future. I think we need to expand it. Jamie and I were talking about this the other day. As I increase my liaison staff, as I get support from my board and in my budgets to increase my liaison staff, we need to have more direct dialogue with the local communities, the townships, the cities, the villages. We need to have more direct conversations with them. And I need resources. I need to do that. But that'll help too, because like I said, from my experience in building fiber networks, my experience in locating, my experience in permitting and getting permits and pole attachments and everything that I've had, I think our local governments have more control or authority than they think they have. And it might not be legislative supported, but certainly within the community, they have the ability to say, our citizens want it done this way. And I think if we can give them some mechanism, whether it be through labeling someone as a nuisance for the community, and that gives you guys some authority under the nuisance statute to be able to address those things. I'm not sure.
It makes sense that the infrastructure we have here now, water, gas, electricity, those are local people. That's our sanitary engineer could communicate with our highway engineer. Those are old utilities that have been there for a while, and it's local people that understand it. This whole fiber thing is new. So to say it makes sense that we didn't have this problem 10 years ago because we didn't have a fiber gold rush.
Right.
And right now we're experiencing that. And I'm sure Southern Ohio's experienced it with oil and gas, running all the new gas lines in the mountains and the rural communities. Right. That's part of the reason too we don't have wells up here, is we would be dealing with this with our gas companies trying to run pipes and wires from everywhere from these wells. So it makes sense to me. This is a new issue that probably nowhere else in the state has dealt with before, and we're dealing with it now because it's a brand new thing with outsiders coming in to tie into our right away.
Southwestern Ohio and Western Ohio have been experiencing it for a little while as well. My concern, as I've raised earlier, and I've preached this for a long time, and that is, my worry is it is spreading. We're going to see it across more. And Columbia Gas, Enbridge, AT, a number of us are having conversations with Broadband Ohio. They're the organization who is overseeing the federal money and those awards for those fiber internet contractors. You're going to see them coming too. And I think you'll see that in a broader sense. We've got to get in front of that. And so I'm hoping that we can convince Broadband Ohio and others to put controls, safety measures in place with those companies, force them to communicate. Obviously, if I could get the funding we need to stand up some type of a utility coordination tool that can be made to all of the members and communities in Ohio, to where we're enhancing communications and information exchange portal, so to speak, I honestly believe that we can make a difference. Unfortunately, nothing's going to help us tomorrow. How do we help us tomorrow? I think this is where talking to the legislators currently, looking at Rep. Klopfenstein's bill and how can we build that in. Now, as you can imagine, trying to bring all of these different entities, all these different stakeholders together is like herding cats at a circus. No offense to anyone, but they all have what they're looking for out of it, right? So you've got to work through that. It takes time to work through everybody's wants, everybody's wishes, everybody's needs, everybody's desire. It takes a lot of education to help everybody. I often tell folks that my team's job is to facilitate understanding among stakeholders so we can foster cooperation among stakeholders. We're all looking at the same quarter. You might be looking at tails and you might be looking at heads. My job is to flip it around and show you you're looking at the same 25 cents. How do we come together to spend it so we both benefit? And sometimes changing stakeholder perspectives, because you two have been at odds for so long, how do I get you to communicate? How do I get you to talk? That facilitation is really where my organization evolves into this. And I believe, honestly, we've made tremendous progress in the last 10 or 15 years, last 20 years that I've been there, and we've been increasing the dialogue about this. I wish it could move faster. We're hoping to be able to move some of this stuff faster, but it's definitely, I'm not giving up until we get there.
There was a question brought up in our last meeting too, and we got some calls about it. Yeah, I know I did. We had a mayor say, we should just, why don't we use power lines more? And instead of putting it underground, it'd be safer to use power lines. And I brought up the fact, well, what if the power lines go out? And they said, we can't use internet anyway if your power's out. Well, there's generators, there's so many other things. And I don't think we want to be a society to see 5 more lines running across your yard either, as this fiber optic line gets bigger and better.
If you think about the weather events we've been experiencing in the last 5 or 10 years, they've been how much more drastic? You know, it used to be when I was a kid, it would rain for a day, but it would be great. Now it rains 10 times in 1 minute and floods everything. So the aerial to me is also another one because you have an aging pole structure there. Part of Brett Klopfenstein's bill is to deal with aging poles or broken poles in the right of way, right? Because we're seeing that too. Pole loads, especially in the winter, as we get the more ice storms now, less snow these days, we're getting more ice storms. That's weighing those down. So there's some issues with those as well. I think the next technology boom that we're going to see is advances in wireless communication. So realistically, all of this fiber that I put in and back in the you know, after 96 and all that fiber I put in back then, most of it's sitting dark today. A lot of this fiber that's going in the ground today, 2-3 years from now, when technology tells us we can do all this wirelessly, some of this stuff's going to be long abandoned.
We sit on satellite by that time.
Yes, exactly. And so as technology, it's been this way our whole history. And not just us, the world's history. So I think you're going to see some of that. It's unrealistic to think that we're going to be able to load those poles with a lot of that activity. The other problem that comes into it is this. We're America. And we're the land of the free and the land of the brave. And everyone has an opportunity to be successful. If I want to start a business today, you want to start a communications business, we want to start a communication, we can do it. So if you did something like that where you restricted it, you would be reducing the ability for a competitive advantage. And our citizens would be stuck with whatever somebody's forcing them to pay.
Roger, real quick, Mike Hovis had a question.
Yeah,
From
Mike
Rosetta
Hope,
Township.
from Rosetta Township. Representative Santucci, Thomas, glad you guys are here. This is great. Nick, if you're gonna change the legislation, I would just ask you to change the legislation that doesn't affect any of the municipalities, townships. Give us all the same power. You're gonna give the power to us.
Yeah,
That way it's
think,
regulated.
I think what would be valuable, and everybody here has my contact, if everybody would be willing to send my office or Rep Thomas' office, whoever you prefer to work with, any of your recommendations or suggestions, that would be helpful to me. Because I can print those and bring those to the Speaker of the House when we start to amend Rep Kloffenstein's bill. Having those kind of in writing by you folks, the experts down on the ground experiencing this, then I could bring that to the Speaker. Like I said earlier, Rep Kloffenstein's it's probably gonna be his name on the bill. And we're gonna try to plug and play and work with Roger to kind of help us massage the bill to make it perfect. It's gonna probably be as all encompassing as it can be, but we're gonna have to identify what else are we missing, what else can't we get the votes for? But I think the first step is sending me your feedback would be helpful. And then I'll print them out and put them in a folder and I'll take them to the Speaker.
I'll have a long list. So
We'll bring it. No, that's what I want. I mean, that's the
It's
goal.
also important.
Second one is for Roger.
Well, if I can address that.
Yeah, go right ahead.
It's also important to understand that jurisdictional boundaries always factor into this, right? When you look at where ODOT's jurisdiction is and where it ends, the county engineer's jurisdiction, where it starts and where it ends, you guys as townships, where it starts and where it ends, sometimes those issues can get pretty sticky. So I think it's important that we give townships the ability, and I've talked to Michael at the county engineers about this a little bit. I think it's important to be able to give authority for dealing with nuisance players and stop work orders and some of those kind of things. Some of this other stuff is going to have to, I don't even fully understand how all the jurisdictional boundaries. So we won't be able to legislate anything that infringes upon jurisdictional boundaries without some type of dialogue or consent. So that's an issue that you definitely want to give all the authority you can give to the right entities for what they're doing. But you also have to be cognizant of the fact that other entities have jurisdictional boundaries that you don't want to infringe upon. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would just say, just give all that to the county. Let them have that responsibility.
I think some of that they have today. Don't they have most of that today?
Commissioners.
It's for those engineers get county roads, townships have township roads, cities have city roads. The ODOT has the state routes. We have 36 different jurisdictions issuing permits within Trumbull County. And 36 different ways of doing it, depending on who's doing that. Which is kind of a disconnected problem.
Sounds like I need to retire and start a business where I can bring all that under one umbrella.
Right. Personally, what I'd like to see is the county engineer issuing these permits.
And that would be something we can talk to them. We have a great relationship with them. I know I think Michael's on the call, and I believe County Engineer Janetti is on the call from Mahoning County. We've talking to John Oliveri and a number of those county engineers over there, Doug Cade and all of them. So I don't know where they sit on this. I don't fully understand all of their issues, and every time I profess that I do, I get scolded. So I won't speak for them, but it's certainly a dialogue that we can have with them, and then they're on here now, so I'm sure we'll be talking about it.
Well, the county engineer has good GIS mapping, and he started that program here. And they do have the utilities on there, but they don't have the elevations of those utilities. So I think that's a key aspect. Is it's fine that you go out and mark these utilities, but what is the depth of these utilities? What's the elevation?
So
and I don't think the exploratory digging is taking place as much as we wish it was.
Whoa, man. Yes, you're right. These guys are required to pothole these. Not necessarily required to daylight. Daylighting is where you actually find the utility and see it. They are required to pothole to the depth at which they're drilling. Okay. when they're coming on marks, they've got to pothole that and they've got to use non-destructive manner like vacuum excavation and things like that.
Are any of them using ground radar or is that too cost prohibitive?
Not so much there. You're seeing that more in the private locate world. The utility, these are the ones where you have a power line that runs from your house to an outbuilding. That you own that, that's a private line. That's typically where you're seeing more of that technology being deployed. But you said something that I'd like to get back to, and that is this. I have said, oh man, I don't know, 30 years. I've said the problem with Ohio is we need to pass one large bill that says day forward minimum construction standards. From this day forward, anything that's being replaced, anything that's being put new in the ground, anything that's being built, anything that's being uncovered, you have to record this data. We have to collect this data.
Right.
The problem with depth to surface is we all know erosion changes.
Sure.
There's a reason farmers are always got big piles of stone, field stone by their fields, because they're pushing that stuff up. Something that was put in the ground 30 years ago might be 4 or 5 inches shallower today. Elevation to sea level. Every county has a data point to sea level. Doing exactly what you're talking about. From this day forward, anything new being put in, anything being replaced, anything that's being exposed, we're going to record this information. We're going to house it. We're going to do it in a uniform fashion, and we're going to maintain it for posterity. We're also going to ensure any of this stuff is locatable, not just today, but 30 years from now. One of the problems we're having is a lot of this, folks, when we converted to plastic, or we took the bare steel and we moved it to plastic lines, we put in steel tracer wire. In 3 years, the steel tracer wire was gone. So now you've got all this plastic that's not locatable. So they're trying to locate it from measurements of maps that are how old?
I think that any boring done, all that depth and information needs to go to the county engineer so it can be recorded, on his GIS mapping.
Wherever you house it, I think one of the things that would help us, it's like fighting a forest fire. The first thing they do, they let some fires burn some trees burn while they contain it. Containment for us would be a day forward minimum construction bill. From this day forward, every utility is going to operate this way. Every municipal governmental putting something new in the ground, stormwater, whatever. We're going to make sure we collect this kind of data. We're going to make sure we make it locatable. We're going to make sure that this kind of data can be made available upon request, right?
And I think that's good information for Nick. If you're going to draw legislation, I think that all needs to be included in there.
Yeah. Now that's.
Couldn't PUCO help with that? I mean, we already have a commission that is set to be regulatory in some fashion, way, shape, or form on the excavating portion. If you're digging and we already have PUCO, I mean, I'm a little bit confused.
They don't have jurisdiction over all stakeholders.
Not all, but some, more than what we have currently, right?
I think what I'm talking about here with the day forward minimum construction standards, we have a number of things that we need to get fixed right away.
Sure.
And then the day forward minimum construction standards is more of my vision for how we might be able to get ahead of these things in the future. And so at some point, I will be lobbying legislators to let's put some kind of day forward minimum construction standard language in place. In the meantime, we're addressing these issues that are in front of us.
And I think those permits, if they come from one office and they report back to one office, I think it's a lot easier. And I think there'll be a lot more accountability. And I think the county engineer can oversee that. I know he probably doesn't want to hear it. Kind of glad he's not here.
Roger, just sitting here, I got a text message from our zoning. See, permit submittals, James Panel in Howland Township. We just received 12 long installs that indicate horizontal drilling from Lumos. Now Lumos sat here Thursday and said, we'll put a pause on things, but they're firing permits to us.
Permit requests
for 12.
And those are permits within your jurisdiction?
Within 24 hours. I don't have the statutory right to stop that, just like you don't. You're asking.
But you issue the permits.
We issued an excavation permit per statute.
Right.
ORC.
Is there a time frame associated with that?
David?
There is not.
Okay, so here's my thing. I would need if I'm you, I need a meeting with Lumos. I need to understand exactly what they're going to do. I need to understand their plan, and if that delays the issuing of their permits, so be it.
I understand that. However, you said a little bit ago that you need to hit these bigger companies in the pockets because you don't have enough
Right. And
swing behind your back.
and-
I don't have enough swing behind my back because I'm a statutory regulatory township that is strictly by Ohio Revised Code. I asked them to bring in hydrovacs. I haven't seen one hydrovac in our township since they said, oh, we'll do more hydrovacs so they could open up the holes and do that.
And I was gonna-
I can ask kindly.
I was gonna mention that.
Okay.
I was gonna mention that, they blow water, open up these
Yeah,
holes.
Hydrovacs and air knives.
I think that would be that is another thing I think that maybe should be.
They're
Those
required
items
to,
that need to be mandated in some way.
they're required to do that if they're crossing marked utilities. They're required, that's how they're required to expose it, non-destructive manner. Now, I will tell you, the misuse of an air knife or the misuse of a hydrovac can damage utilities, especially utilities that are aged utilities. The integrity is compromised. I've seen with hydrovacs blow through an old gas line or blow through an old conduit and just destroy it, right? So I think there's still some restrictions there. There are provisions by which they're supposed to excavate with non-destructive manner. I think there's some things to change. To your point earlier, as this issue came up last week, one of the things that I started talking to Rep. Klopfenstein about, as well as Santucci and Thomas, is that we need to find a way, just like I've been asking to give my organization more authority, not necessarily control, but authority to say, I can't do that because it doesn't fit into the framework of what's the law requires. I think there's some room for that to happen. Now, obviously, getting back to this whole jurisdictional situation of who has authority and what right of way, I think ultimately, we'll have to look at that. That's why I'm glad that the county engineers are on the call today. I'm hoping Michael's still there, hoping that engineer genetics is still there. But we can have those conversations. We can talk about that. My hope would be that these fellows, in working with Rep. Klopfenstein, can put language in there that gives you a little bit more of that authority to say, stop. I think the biggest thing I heard from the communities, not just here, but communities across the state that have been contacting me is, we need the right to stop work. I need to be able to say, you're not playing properly, you're not living up to your agreement, and therefore we're going to issue a stop work order and force you to the table, or penalize you if you don't come, right? So I think, how does that look yet? Because I don't fully understand these jurisdictional boundaries that came to my attention here recently, as I begin to understand that, my hope is that I can facilitate some of that. But I do think at the very minimum, in Rep. Klopfenstein's bill, we should be able to give at the township level that stop work authority. Maybe you don't have full control of the right of way, but you have the ability as you issue, so you're the permit issuing, whoever's issuing the permit, give you the authority to say, you're not in compliance with this permit, you have to stop work.
Couldn't Administrator Pantalone not approve those permits? I just asked him and he said for how long, but to force them to the table, does he have to approve those 12 permits?
I don't believe so. Now, again, this is where.
And I'm asking because I don't know. I'm not asking to be.
We'll go to our league.
Yeah.
So Thursday, I'll be sitting with
I would suggest that you go
the
that way.
prosecutor's office.
You're asking me a question.
We're here again.
You're asking me a question that's gonna get me in trouble. Because my representative from Lumos is gonna call and smack me in the back of my head, right? Now, I will tell you, I've not said anything to you that I wouldn't say to any one of my members. I mean, you guys are all my members too. If I look around, you're all members of Ohio 811. And so what I'm saying to you is the same thing I would say to the big utilities who are my members. And if I end up unemployed, I'll come looking for a job. But I think what my team and I bring to the table is common sense around these issues. And we need to get everyone on the same page. And we need to get everyone, I always tell them, put your special interest aside. I want you to serve your special interest, but eventually put it aside and serve the collective interest of public safety. That's the message that I want everyone to get. Good, bad, or indifferent. Serve your special interest, then put it aside and serve the collective interest of public safety.
Yeah, that's probably one of the best statements you made is the public safety. And we need to ensure the public that when you're out there working, that safety is at the forefront of this. And I'm not sure it is. I mean, nobody's gonna sit here and nothing that we discussed today is gonna change that. They're out there still working, and I hate to use it, but the dangers still exist out there. And we need to correct that as soon as we can. And legislation isn't gonna solve that right now for us, we need to get those guys in here at a table and tell them, you know what, it's time to slow down.
And then none of this today even addresses the major complaints, and that's the aesthetics afterward, the open holes, the destruction of flower beds, none of that's even been addressed
Now,
yet.
this is.
And after last week's meeting, we all received a ton of phone calls and complaints, and after today, we're gonna see a ton more. And we have to, some way.
When we have his phone number now.
Well, yeah, but he can't solve the problem, it's the company, they're the ones that control the problem by stopping.
But you're right though too, Commissioner. We don't even know what company to tell them that they're dealing with because we don't have a roster of who the contractors are, who the players are at this point.
And this is.
I think
this is
one
what
thing from the planning is working on that for us, okay? And the companies here, they're gonna have to slow down. And Bloom has said that they were gonna stop working, they're out there working, so we know that's not true.
Well, they are. I actually sent a message to Steve Monday morning, back in the office, to explain this to me. He said, "Oh, we're not doing any more horizontal boring, but we're going to continue with the work that we already have open." So, explain that to 20,000 residents. It's just,
Well, one thing he touched on.
We've hit all these.
One thing he touched on too, and I don't mean to throw Steve under the bus because there was a comment he made when I first talked to him right after the Bezetta incident. He asked me, he said, "Was that us? Was that Loomis?" And he watched the news report. He said he had to watch it a few times to see if that was them or not. And he couldn't tell from the news report whether it was even one of his own crews because of the marking of the vehicles, the uniform, the thing. So here's a marketing guy for the company. Couldn't tell if that was even his company from the news reports until he got reports in that.
But I think that even supports why it should come from one office only. We don't have to make 10 phone calls because the village mayor who signed that permit, he only works 2 hours a week. It's
And I think the important thing here is the permits themselves. When I used to do this, there was a lot of the cities I worked with where the permits were very specific on restoration. And I had to give bonds. And if I did not do the restoration within the time frame prescribed, I lost my bond. And so I think there's mechanisms and tools like that, regardless of who's issuing it, making sure that these permits have those requirements in it, and then helping your communities, your citizens understand that this is how our permitting process works. Kent put out that document here not too long ago to reassure their citizens that these are some of the measures and provisions we have in place for these folks that are working in our community. But I think strengthening some of those obligations under the permit, bonding, some of those types of things may help with your restoration issues, right? And got to keep in mind too, in the middle of January, restoration that you do there is no good by the time you get to spring. So citizens are going to have to understand that sometimes restoration has to come when the weather is appropriate. If I fill in a hole today, it's going to sink, especially in the wintertime. If it's as it settles, right? Then I got to come back in the spring and plant the grass. So do the restoration.
There's also an issue of who did it. And you've got 5 different utility companies out there. And one of them's out there maybe in March, another one comes out in May, another one comes out in June. And then you have restorative work in one yard that's 3 different companies. You don't know who it is. And go back to them.
Agreed. And this is where that I know it sounds like this is where that utility coordination tool, that portal, information exchange portal, you'd be able to look in there and say, okay, on this street, Rep Santucci was working. On this street, Denny was working. Commissioner was working.
I mean, we've got that in place in Howland Township for the most part. What I'm saying to you is, I've got things to show you. There's 5, David McCann, Howland Township Public Works, where we've got 5 different utility boxes in one yard, and they're all put in different times.
Agreed. I've seen it. I'm ashamed to say that I was part of that way back in the nineties, building all that stuff. I mean, that's how I made my living back then. That also gives me a unique perspective to understand some of these issues you're facing and possibly propose some solutions. If I can get everyone on the same page with that, and I can get the support from the legislators, I think we can make meaningful change. I'm not promising you anything. What I'm saying is I'm going to continue, and my team, my organization is going to continue to work in that, because obviously we serve all of you as our members, but we serve the 11 plus million. We are the damage prevention organization for the state of Ohio. Now we need the tools to be able to deliver on that promise of
Right.
keeping Ohio
You know the
safe.
bill off the top of your head, like,
I don't know the number yet. He just introduced it.
Yeah.
I think it just came in a couple days ago. To that point, it was a draft that we worked on with the county engineers. We had drafted that, we laid it out. Now we're starting to engage the telecom companies who it's going to affect, the cable TV companies who it's going to affect, these fiber companies who it's going to affect, and then obviously the rural co-ops, the folks that have aerial, a lot of the electric co-ops and things like that that have aerial systems as well as underground systems. His bill primarily deals with the poles in the right of way and the aerial stuff. It will eventually deal with some of the relocation of utilities. If you're doing a road widening, some of that kind of stuff, I think you'll see some of that language that ODOT's pushing for to possibly come into that. I think in that bill already is language requiring these guys to have logo trucks, being able to communicate with local authorities. That language is already existing in that bill. I would like to see it fleshed out to where we identify stop work authority for the appropriate association. And to your point earlier, I'm sorry, your name?
Mike.
Mike. I think ultimately, anytime we can have any of this kind of stuff in a more organized fashion to where we have, central conversation or central control over it, I think we're going to be better off. So what does that look like? I think I still have a lot of education in that area before I can speak to it.
And just, just to reiterate, the bonding on these jobs, the county can require anybody working in the county to be bonded to the county. And if that restoration is not taking place lawfully, you don't have to pay them. I do $1 million in construction jobs that I have to bond.
Sure.
And if I don't get the job done and it's complete, I mean, it might be a $3 million job where they're holding $300,000 for grass, but it's done and it's lawful.
And commissioners, we might want to look into something with the engineer. If he does have a government relations person, maybe there is a need for a czar or someone to communicate with the townships and know where every line's going in and what's going on throughout the whole county. So if there are questions, maybe not to be responsible for it, but to be the go-to person communication wise, like you said, maybe his government affairs person could take something like that on and we cost share it somehow. But it sounds like we got too many cooks in the kitchen right now, and we're going to for the next 4 to 5 years as this fiber thing takes off. Maybe it's someone on the planning commission, maybe it's someone through engineers, maybe it's a joint position between the two, between our budget and Commissioner DeCristofaro's budget. But this is something we're gonna have to address because we can't have houses blowing up. We can't have a death. The next house blow up is going to be irresponsible on everybody's part if it happens. We've already had it happen once, and we had it happen in Twinsburg. And we're, as they told us last week, Loomis told us, we're at the tip of the spear with fiber optic coming into existence in this country and in this county. And with one company doing it, and he said there's 5, 6, 7 other players and 6 or 7 other contractors. We need to be ahead of this 8 ball a little bit and not be here 6 months from now talking about the death that we had in one of our townships because of an issue.
Well, we need to slow them down. That's what we need to do.
And they need to coordinate.
Right. And the other thing is, you mean these companies in here now, they're not bonded?
I don't know who's bonding. I don't know what their process is.
We're holding a bond.
Oh, I would think that.
$1,000.
I would hope that we're holding.
Depends on the street, depends on who the company is, depends on the contract.
Holding a bond for up to 12 months.
Yeah, I would hope
12 months
that these companies are bonded, right? But it sounds like our next step is we need the companies in here. And we need them in here now. And, we just have to find a way to slow them down.
Thinking out loud, Frank Dillon, Howland Township. I appreciate everybody's input and being invited here. But from a logical and common sense point of view, it's obvious when they request permits for that amount of space. First of all, they have to, that all those crews have to know without any obstructions or any interference, how long it takes them to go a certain amount of space. So why do they need to mark that space so much farther ahead? You know what I mean? It should be in sections that are logical, reasonable sections for them to get that work done. Then we don't have the problem with the citizens worrying about all the things in their front yard and their crews to follow them to fix that. So I feel it's kind of ludicrous to ask for permits for that much space when they're not going to get there for a month.
Yep.
Why can't they take little pieces at a time, everything be marked in those spaces? If they get ahead, these companies that are doing the markings want to make money. If they call and say, I want you to mark this for 2 days from now, they're going to come out and do it. I think it's creating, it's adding to the problem from a Citizen Street point of view. The people, you know how people are about their yards, and especially in the summertime. And I think that by asking these large distances, they just complicate matters because they're not going to work that fast to get that far.
Well, and as I said, the coalition right now is working on size to scope to limit that in the law. The advantage we have here too, though, these types of big projects like this, technically, we're working on a definition to be put into law of complex project. That definition will encompass these types of things. Under the complex project, everyone has to get in the same page. To your point, sir, everyone has to come and meet. Everyone has to agree to a mutually upon process and marking schedule. The project owner comes in, explains the project, explains how many crews, explains where they want to start, where they want to end. They agree to a marking schedule that is there, and it gets written. People sign on it so that nobody can renege. And then that becomes that project's process. This would avoid the 2 working days, not including the day of the call, because you're marking to an agreed upon schedule rather than to the requirement of the law. This would help communities understand how it's going to progress from this street to this street to this street and then out of the community. It would also help the next community to understand when they might see the project coming in the next township or the next. So right now we have a large complex project provision in the revised code. 2 things need to happen. The coalition is right now working on a definition that would trigger that. That definition would give us the ability at the center to say to anybody, what you're describing to us meets the definition of a large complex project, and you're going to have to follow this process. The first thing you're going to have to do is schedule a joint meet of all the affected stakeholders. You're going to come together and you're going to explain your project. You guys are going to agree on how you're going to manage the project. And then at that point, that gets put in writing and everyone's held accountable to it, right? And it becomes enforceable. I think we have that framework today. We got to flesh it out with, and this is one of the things I talked to Rep. Thomas and Santucci about. Very easily, they could be the sponsors of that piece, or we might be able to get that piece into Rep. Klopfenstein's bill to where we have a definition of complex project. Now at the center, I have the ability to tell the caller, this meets this definition, just like an emergency. I can't put that through as an emergency because it doesn't meet the definition. That meets the definition of a complex project. We've got to handle it this way. And this is how you're going to interact with the industry and the communities so that you can do this safely. And then afterwards, if you had your permitting process supporting that, the language in your permits and the permit responsibilities supporting that, I think that would again close the loop on that. So I would say that we're pretty close on getting those types of things put in place. There's a mechanism today in the law. Unfortunately, that piece isn't necessarily in force. It becomes a gentleman's agreement and the ladies agreement. And then at the end, when something goes wrong, they all go back to pointing fingers at each other. I wish I had better answers.
Well,
for you.
I think some of that goes back to what Commissioner Hernandez said the other day about the engineer appointing an inspector on the job and making these companies pay for that position.
I did, and I took.
Presently, James, let me ask you a question. How much do you charge for a permit?
$50?
By statute, we're only allowed 50.
So the statute limits to what you can do, that maybe we need to look at that and increasing that. Okay, along with that bill,
It'll
okay?
be on my list to you.
That's fine.
Yeah,
That's fine.
and also letting you, if you have to hire someone to monitor this, just like.
Commissioner, what I mentioned was these companies, Lumos, Brightspeed, name Omni, I don't, whoever they are, that they would take out of their coffers to have somebody from township. I know that you don't have the resources, but maybe this type of a thing, when we're talking about security issues, we're talking about public safety. These are the people, the township maintenance or the workers, road departments, the county engineer, the city road workers, these types of people, for these companies to come in and employ them to work along with them instead of having a crew of non-speaking, I don't want to go there, but those that can't speak, and have a supervisor there speaking an English-speaking American supervisor with these crews, in addition to a county engineer employee, in addition to a township road worker, a city road worker that will pay for this, not coming out of their funds. But if they want to run that fiber and they want that business, well, then they got to take all the precautions. And that is why I brought that up, last week. Yeah.
It makes sense. It
I-
does. It enables the township and the county, the cities to hire supervisors to make sure that everything's running smoothly. Just like we do on our road.
Makes sense.
We have to understand, gentlemen, too, we're dealing with T-Mobiles and AT&Ts. We are small potatoes. Some of these companies, we could fine them $10,000 a day and it's gonna get the guy promoted for that little fine.
Well, good, fine.
Well, I'm just saying,
Let's
we
fine
are,
them 10 grand.
we're thinking like we can tell them, hey, pause, we need you to slow down.
Well,
It's a free market enterprise.
it's not
They're
gonna
trying to
happen.
get to the next guy to get your.
we want to slow them down, but you know what?
We
Unfortunately,
need to slow them down.
we need to slow them down, but unfortunately, we can't stop them. They're coming back. Look at in Howland now, what they're doing.
Not
They're
until the state, like you said, we need to be able to have a stop.
You got to get some teeth behind it, and
I
you got to.
James Panel and Howland Township, I think what Mr. Hovis said, talked about, I know the engineer, may not be happy with it, but I think legislatively and statutorily, the engineer is there to support townships, which is already there. So those things are already in place to help support us with these items. Now, how deep that goes is up for discussion, but I think that component is already there in the ORC for the engineer to support townships.
Well,
If we all lost property taxes, what did you say? If we lost property taxes, the engineer in the county is going to take us over anyway, so it should be pretty seamless, right?
well, like last week.
Just putting some correlations together.
Stay away.
Lucas, you're saying that there's a lot of moratorium on it, but you have the county engineer had thousands of feet of permits that they've already lobbied them to have them approved.
Right, which goes back to
And the engineer didn't know what was going on here. I mean,
right.
so you know what? I really question if they really want to slow it down. And then there's a question with the permit too, and I don't really want to get into it, but there with Loomis and their permit fees, there was a major problem, and I'm sure you guys all saw the email where we had a problem with them in paying for the permits. So
Well,
you know what?
I want to be respectful of everybody's time. Roger, thank you for coming today. I appreciate it very much. And I hope there was a great conversation, and I hope we have, I think, a vision of where we need to go and what we need to do. But thank you for coming.
These are certainly complex issues. There's a lot of moving parts, a lot of in and out, a lot of players, a lot of personalities, a lot of agendas. Our job is to try and help kind of get through that minutia, help folks understand we're a resource organization. Let us work for you in that direction. All of this information can be found at ohio811.org. Or those of you that are old enough to remember us as OOPS, the oops.org still works. Our legal name is the Ohio Utilities Protection Service. We're a 501c3 not-for-profit, owned by our membership, of which many of you are members. We serve the public, and we're here to serve on these issues as best we can. Okay,
Thank you very
and we're a phone call away.
Thank you.
And Nick, we thank you for putting this together along with State Rep in Commerce. And we'll keep plugging along and next week, hopefully we can get something.
I already gave him credit.
Very good. Thank you,
With
everyone.
that, do we have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, in lieu of the length of this meeting, I we move our budget stuff the next Tuesday after the meeting and make a motion we adjourn.
I'm sorry to talk your ears off.
Just second the motion.
A lot of information to share. A lot of information to share. A lot of clarity to get. Very much. So.
I'll do it if you want to, so.
That may be the way I do it.
We can take a roll call.
Yeah,
Yes.
And I do believe that